You're now in the presence of Lord Natural. You're now in the presence of Lord Natural.
You are now tuned into the voice of truth. Chief Natural, the great black indigenous debater and unwavering supporter of his community. A fearless warrior of knowledge, Chief Natural brings the heat with bold facts and raw truth, challenging the lies we've been told for centuries. He stands firm on one mission: to spread awareness and critical information about the presence of black people in the Americas long before the so-called slave trade, before Columbus, before colonization, before the rewriting of history. This ain't no Pan-African fantasy, no white scholar, Native American, Mexican, or representative of any race has been able to challenge him successfully or prove him wrong when it comes to the ancient presence of black indigenous people on this land.
You're now in the presence of Lord.
This platform is for those seeking truth, empowerment, and real history, not watered down, not censored. If you're tired of the lies and ready to rise, then you've come to the right place. If you need the facts, the fire, or just someone to stand with you in truth, holler at your boy Chief Natural. Let's build.
You're now in the presence of Lord Natural.
Stand up and bear witness. You're now listening to Chief Natural, the fearless defender of the black indigenous people of the Americas. A warrior with words, a protector of truth, and a voice that refuses to be silenced. Chief Natural doesn't just speak, he stands on truth, stands for his ancestors, stands for the community that's been silenced, overlooked, and lied on for far too long. When the world tries to erase us from history, he steps into the fire and reminds them who we are. He defends his people with knowledge as his weapon, history as his shield. He confronts every lie, dismantles every myth, and challenges anyone, scholar, skeptic, or system plant, who dares to deny our presence, our legacy, or our right to this land. This isn't just a podcast, this is the front line, a battleground of truth, and Chief Natural is leading the charge for every black indigenous soul that refuses to be forgotten. If you stand for something real, you're in the right place. Let's rise together.
You're now in the presence of Lord Natural.
You are now tuned into the voice of truth. Chief Natural, the great black indigenous debater and unwavering supporter of his community. A fearless warrior of knowledge, Chief Natural brings the heat with bold facts and raw truth, challenging the lies we've been told for centuries. He stands firm on one mission: to spread awareness and critical information about the presence of black people in the Americas long before the so-called slave trade, before Columbus, before colonization, before the rewriting of history. This ain't no Pan-African fantasy, no white scholar, Native American, Mexican, or representative of any race has been able to challenge him successfully or prove him wrong when it comes to the ancient presence of black indigenous people on this land.
You're now in the presence of Lord Natural. You're now in the presence of Lord Natural.
You are now tuned into the voice of truth. Chief Natural, the great black indigenous debater and unwavering supporter of his community. A fearless warrior of knowledge, Chief Natural brings the challenging the lies we've been told for centuries. He stands firm on one mission: to spread awareness and critical information about the presence of black people in the Americas long before the so-called slave trade, before Columbus, before colonization, before the rewriting of history. This ain't no Pan-African fantasy, no white scholar, Native American, Mexican, or representative of any race has been able to challenge him successfully or prove him wrong when it comes to the ancient presence of black indigenous people on this land.
You're now in the presence of Lord.
This platform is for those seeking truth, empowerment, and real history, not watered down, not censored. If you're tired of the lies and ready to rise, then you've come to the right place. If you need the facts, the fire, or just someone to stand with you in truth, let's build.
You're now in the presence of Lord Natural.
Stand up and bear witness. You're now listening to Chief Natural, the fearless defender of the Black indigenous people of the Americas, a warrior with words, a protector of truth, and a voice that refuses to be silenced. Chief Natural doesn't just speak, he stands on truth, stands for his ancestors, stands for the community that's been silenced, overlooked, and lied on for far too long. When the world tries to erase us from history, he steps into the fire and reminds them who we are. He defends his people with knowledge as his weapon, history as his shield. He confronts every lie, dismantles every myth, and challenges anyone, scholar, skeptic, or system plant, who dares to deny our presence, our legacy, or our right to this land. This isn't just a podcast, this is the front line, a battleground of truth, and Chief Natural is leading the charge. For every Black indigenous soul that refuses to be forgotten, if you stand for something real, you're in the right place. Let's rise together.
You're now in the presence of Lord Natural.
You are now tuned into the voice of truth. Chief Natural, the great Black indigenous debater and unwavering supporter of his community. A fearless warrior of knowledge, Chief Natural brings the heat with bold facts and raw truth, challenging the lies we've been told for centuries. He stands firm on one mission: to spread awareness and critical information about the presence of Black people in the Americas long before the so-called slave trade, before Columbus, before colonization, before the rewriting of history. This ain't no Pan-African fantasy, no white scholar, Native American, Mexican, or representative of any race has been able to challenge him successfully or prove him wrong when it comes to the ancient presence of Black indigenous people on this land.
You're now in the presence of Lord Natural.
All right, y'all. All right. Can y'all hear me? Oh, shit. What's up, y'all? Can y'all hear me? What's up? I'm glad y'all liked the little intro. I was over there getting my little drinking shit ready. Know what I'm saying? Because I want to cover, and bring this shit back. Whoa. There you go. I want to cover the interview that Shaka had. You know what I'm saying? I watched this whole thing, and we're not going to watch the whole thing, but I paid attention to what they were doing, and I'm not disappointed. I'm not surprised, because all they did was coerce the man. It seemed like they was teaching him instead of asking him adequate questions to justify if we're indigenous to this land or not. And in this interview, you can clearly tell that they wasn't paying attention. They kept hammering the ideal that they are African descendants, but Mr. David kept saying it's quite impossible that all of you are Africans because the numbers were way too small. They even tried to argue about the slave ships. And he said, there's no slave ships. There was many boats that was used for slavery, but there is no slave ship. That's what he was saying. 1 second. But yeah, that's what, my bad, my son came here. Make sure you close the door, son. So you clearly you're gonna watch this shit. You're gonna see that these people are extremely biased, and Mr. David doesn't fold whatsoever. They even try to make the man a geneticist. How the hell is he a geneticist? Tika was destroying this whole interview. She was making this interview look garbage. It was garbage. I even told Black First even admitted, like, yeah, Tika is making this shit look bad. Know what I'm saying? But we're going to go ahead and get started with this. I don't know if y'all watched this interview on Shaka's YouTube, but we're going to look at it. Close that door, son. We're going to look at it, and we're going to critique this shit, right? And y'all going to see for yourselves that they tried to teach this man about his own information. These motherfuckers were defeated. They were straight up defeated. And Tika, dumbass, she even says, my DNA is traced back to Africa. My DNA follows the slave trade route. How the fuck does your DNA follow the slave trade route? How does it do that? That's crazy. So we're going to watch this shit. If you can bear it, then you can bear it. If you can't, then you can't. If you don't want to listen to this, go do something else that can occupy your time. But other than that, we're reviewing this shit. All right, well, let's go.
Here as well as Shaka, here to talk to Dr. Nafiz Khan.
The man at the top left that's talking, it's really, he making it seem like it's his interview and it really isn't. Right? Oh yeah, look at that motherfucker hairline. That's crazy. And he already got his ass whooped, and he think this guy is gonna go with everything that he says. Right? He gonna throw up his degree and all this shit and say he majored in music or some bullshit. I don't know what the fuck he talking about. He ain't not a history teacher. He made it seem like he was a history teacher on his platform, but in reality, he's not. He's not. So yeah, this interview is gonna be quite interesting. All right, here we go.
And Dr. David Eltis. So really happy to have them here with us today. Real quick before we even get started, please elaborate on what you do and your expertise, especially when it comes to slavevoyages.org.
All right. David, you want to go first or you want me to start?
No, you start.
All right. Well, I'll just say Nafiz Khan, currently a content developer.
Who the fuck is that guy? Do y'all know that guy? Nefis or Nefis or whoever the fuck he is? Do y'all know him? Who is this sweet looking ass nigga right here? Who is that? Who is that nigga? Do y'all know him? I only know 3 people up here. Who's this motherfucker? People getting themselves involved in some shit. And they only need to be involved. In fact, another background character. What we doing, we're reviewing the interview with the guy that created slavevoice.com, the Pan-Africans. They having an interview with him. So they trying to get this man to say that we're all Africans. But David doesn't fold. So here we go, y'all.
With Ralph Applebaum Associates, which is a museum design firm. But I've worked with Slave Voyages as worn a lot of different hats over the last, 17 years or so. But
this man works for a fucking music company. He on here talking about some fucking slave voyage.
I'm part of the steering committee that kind of oversees the day-to-day operations and maintenance and updating of the site of the slave voyages. And happy to be here and talk to you and kick it over to David.
Right. Hi. I'm retired, so I don't do anything.
But still
That was
good.
funny. White man made you laugh.
Yeah, I'm
Cool name.
also a member of the same group that Nafis is, and Nafis and I have been working together on this for 4 years. No care to count, but it's certainly over 20. Mm-hmm. But I'm a retired prof, essentially. Yeah, I'm originally at Emory, and I guess I'm currently associated with UBC, which is the University of British Columbia, which is why I'm 3 hours behind everybody else.
All right. Well, thank you again.
I'm sorry, but what the fuck? Why was that so fucking funny? You fucking coons. How the hell was that funny? So he just say a little something that wasn't even funny. He didn't even laugh himself or smile himself. But for some reason, y'all niggas smiling and laughing, cooning away as you go. I'm just pay attention to all this shit. These niggas some real life coons out here.
And so you're probably wondering, and I know the feast when I gave him that phone call, he's probably was like, what in the world is going on, right? So here's the thing that's been happening on social media and other platforms. There's been a consensus beginning to build on social media. And it started about around 4 years ago on social media. But of course, This has been going on for a while now, and we want to address it. And it has to deal with the slave trade and the slave voyages of 1492. So I'm sure you've heard of Dr. Ivan Van Sertima and his work, and about this idea that Africans at some point had ventured to America pre-Columbus. And so there's been a lot of talk with that. And so unfortunately, this argument has taken legs to the point where we are now having arguments or consensus around Black people not only being from Africa and coming to the Americas pre-Columbus, but there's an argument that's emerging that we are the actual Native Americans, okay, indigenous people, in the United States, in the Americas as a whole. Not only is this emerging, but this argument is also grounded in historical erasure. And so we have individuals who are actual Native Americans, American Indians, Aboriginal.
My bad, my apologies. I had muted myself. Basically, what I just said, when he made that statement about Black people being indigenous to this land, you notice David did not make any type of face expression whatsoever. He didn't make a smirk. He didn't smile. He didn't frown. He didn't do none of that shit. This goofy ass coon is the only one that's making that damn remark as if Mr. David is going to agree with him. You can't make the shit up. He's not reading the room. He can't understand the room. But I digress.
However you want to call them, or however they call themselves, being isolated and being erased from history because of these arguments that we're seeing online. And in fact, Dr. Eltis, one of the reasons why we're bringing you, as well as Dr. Khan, to this platform is because they're using your words as a way to justify these particular arguments. And so we want to get the record straight for two reasons. Number one, we want to protect our ancestors. We want to protect the history that is grounded in our foundation as African Americans in this country. And furthermore, we want to set the record straight about the transatlantic slave trade, because again, there are people out here denying the fact that it even happened to begin with. And again, using your words to back it up. And so we're just going to cut to the chase here with the first question. And if you could, and I know this might sound very elementary, very strange, I'm even asking this question. But to both of you, who are the Native Americans, Indigenous Americans, American Indians, however you want to coin a term for those individuals? Who are they in the Americas? So in other words, when we say Native Americans, when you all say Native Americans or Indigenous Americans or Aboriginal, who are you talking about? Who are these individuals and how did they migrate to America?
So, should I go first, Hafiz?
Sure. Yeah, I think so.
Well, there's a grain of truth to this position in the sense that we're actually all descended from Black people. Mm-hmm. And obviously arrived in the Americas at different times. But there is absolutely no evidence to suggest that Africans arrived before 1492. We've spent many years, obviously, associated not only with the transatlantic slave trade database, but with a lot of scholarship before then. And from my perspective, I don't think it's been established at all that we had clear contacts between Africa and the Americas prior to 1492. That being said, to go back to my first point, we're all descended from Black people. It's I think broadly accepted that Homo sapiens left Africa first and spread to the rest of the world. And the point here is that they didn't reach the Americas until, well, there's different arguments about it, but you can say probably 20 or 30,000 years ago. So
What did he just say? He said black people didn't reach America till 20 or 30,000 years ago. He said Africans didn't arrive. He said black people arrived 20 to 30,000 years ago. Y'all can't hear me? You still can't hear me? Mic check 1 2 3. What? Mic check 1 2 3. Can y'all hear me? Did y'all just catch what he said? Teacher thought he had one, but he said Africans. But teacher know that we don't call ourselves Africans. They're talking about Africans being brought to the Americas. He's not understanding and comprehending. Then he went into evolution. He started talking about evolution, even though I highly disagree with that. But he said we descended from black people. He said all people in the world descended from black people. And those black people arrived in the Americas. And he said it's up. He said it's up for debate. He said it has not been established, but he said it is currently now up for debate. He said that black people arrived in Americas 30 to 40,000 years ago. That's the same shit that Roland B. Dixon said. According to the evolutionary theory. I told you this shit been getting worked on, but nobody don't want to listen. And now watch this. They're going to skip right past that shit. They're going to become Stevie Wonder on that bullshit, right? They didn't hear that part. They didn't hear it. But I'm glad we're doing this live stream in case they want to take that shit down or try to edit it. Here we go.
yeah, I'm yet to be persuaded that there's been any contact at all prior to 1492. Nafis, do you?
Yeah, no, I would echo the same thing, and I think part of that, timing of, when you speak with different indigenous communities from the Americas, they oftentimes use the language of, I was trying to.
It's because they're not Africans. If you left Africa 30 to 40,000 years ago, let's just say hypothetically from evolution, you're no longer African. If you've been outside of Africa for more than 2,000 years and you've been intermingling with other people, you're no longer African. You're entirely something else. But if we want to continue that ideology, then everybody's a fucking African. White people, black people, Mexican, Native Americans, everybody, if you want to hold to that ideology. But since, according to the American theory of evolution, Darwinism, if they left out of Africa and they stayed in another place for a long period of time and intermingled with other subhumans, then that means they're no longer African. That's why he kept saying Africans did not arrive. He said black people. So African and black people is two fucking different things. But these dumbass niggas is not gonna catch it. That's why I use the word black indigenous or black Americans. I don't use the word African unless I'm talking about a scientific racial classification when I show there's that the word Negroid was changed to Sub-Saharan African, Bantu, yada, yada, yada. That's the only time when I use the word African or when I'm dealing with genetics. That's the only time. But from a social status, I don't use African. I use black. I use the racial construct. But these niggas is not going to catch it. They too damn dumb. They too dumb to even see the shit. Right? Well, let's go.
Phrase it exactly right, but it's not millennia. It's time immemorial. That's the word. The phrase they often use when describing, their histories, their stories. It's from time immemorial, right? So if the exact dating of when people emerged out of out of Africa, the Homo sapiens, as David mentioned, is it 20,000, 30,000 years ago? That part I think is we're looking for that record. But it's very clear that the different groups of people, they have their own identity, and very much so. It's not Africans in like 1000, CE or AD that were there prior to Columbus's contact with the Americans. There's just no evidence. So yeah, just echo what
Yeah,
that.
and maybe just add that we've done a lot of research on this issue, and we cannot find evidence in the 15th century of actual transatlantic crossings.
Okay.
So people will perhaps argue it anyway without evidence, but for me, there isn't any such indication.
Okay. And
just to bring it back again, they're talking about pure Africans coming to North America via the transatlantic. That did not happen. He just said black people arrived to the Americas and they are their own people. They're not fucking Africans. He said black people arrived in the Americas, black, not African, arrived in the Americas 20 to 30,000 years ago. And they said they're still looking for the African. They're still looking for the African. There's a difference between black and African. That's the thing people was not understanding, and you paying goofies cannot comprehend that shit. And they literally playing with these dumb niggas. They playing with these dumb niggas. And we've been saying this shit on the out for the longest.
when we talk about this, just a side note, because again, I want to make sure that we clear up all kinds of misconceptions here. When we talk about Native Americans and American Indians, those terms are interchangeable, correct?
Yeah, pretty well. Yeah.
Okay.
And also, I think as one of those things with identity is, the community that makes up, how they want to be referred to or how they call themselves, that terminology always continues to evolve, right? So you find, Native American kind of not going out of favor.
And guys, we could easily debunk that bullshit. Like they said, we know there's a difference between Native Americans and Indians. We could easily debunk it. So it doesn't matter.
But people referring to just native or tribal communities or indigenous. And so I think there is a strong kind of sense of wanting to be identified themselves. They identify themselves. So not wanting to be, minimal or limiting in how people choose to identify themselves.
Yeah. And even with the arguments here, and I'm sure you see the book in front of you from Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. One of the arguments that he typically used in this book was the idea of the gold-tipped spears that apparently had been found. He said it was from Christopher Columbus, but of course we know from further research and understanding that these were actually the words of Bartholomew de las Casas, right? Finding those gold-tipped spears and finding these people who he said were not unlike the Ethiopians, referring to Africans. How do we interpret that? How do we interpret that based on the time period of?
Mind you, he's an African scholar, not an American scholar.
When Columbus and Bartholomew de las Casas and the other Spaniards and Portuguese.
An African slave trade scholar, not an anthropologist, not a geneticist, not no one that specializes in Native American artifacts. They're talking to somebody that specializes in African slave trade, slavery. That's the issue. If we want to talk about those things, then we need to have an interview with an anthropologist that specializes in American artifacts and fossils and shit like that. Not this shit. So you're conflating two fields together, teaching. Facts, it's not ethical. They're trying to coerce a man who doesn't have no field work in those studies to get him to say what they want him to say. What the Pan-Africans want him to say. So this is the issue I have with this. That's pure coercion. They're coercing this man. But go ahead.
These individuals were coming to colonize this side of the world.
Well, yeah, I don't find the arguments in the book persuasive.
Yeah.
We've spent so much time in the archives, including the earliest Portuguese archives of the earliest Portuguese voyages, and there's just no evidence. I mean, I'm not sure what else I can say.
Okay. So we want to show you some clips just from some of the prior interviews that you've done with others. You did a really strong interview with Lipton Matthews, which we enjoyed watching. There's been a clip though from Lipton Matthews that we want to show you that we found on YouTube that's been circling around on social media. And so in this interview with Lipton Matthews, you mentioned something about Native Africans. And so we want to play that for you real quick and then get your feedback on what you meant when you were talking about this.
As a result of natural population growth.
Yeah.
The slave trade to the U.S. was shut down largely
back a little bit,
in 18...
around 1328.
The main driver, 4 million people, those people did not come from Africa. They came as a result of natural population growth.
Yeah.
The slave trade to the U.S. was shut down largely in 1807, not completely, but largely. So if you look at the census data for the U.S. in 1870, which is when black people were finally included, you will find almost no Africans. They were, of course, native African Americans. And that's not something that people have taken on board.
So after hearing this, and again, there's a lot of stuff circling around on social media, particularly TikTok and other platforms that are suggesting that, again, going back to our initial conversation about indigenous peoples, that you were talking about them. I want to make sure that we all get some clarity on this. When you said Native Africans and Native African Americans, who were you referring to?
Well, Native Africans are people born in Africa. It's very simple, clear definition. African Americans clearly were not born in Africa. Well, for the most part anyway, in the US, right? So I'm not sure I can expand further on that.
Yeah. And so just to for basic understanding and clarity here, when you're saying Native African Americans, because you mentioned population growth, and this is going to go to a certain question here that one of my other guests are going to ask, or interview is going to ask. When you're saying Native African Americans, who are these Native African Americans? Where are they coming from? We know that they're born in America, but are they the offspring of Africans? Who are they?
Well, yes, obviously they have offspring from people who came from Africa. No question about that. But essentially that contact with Africa was severed with the Abolition Act, as I think the 1870 census information confirms.
And just to add one thing about that is, I think some of the work of, whether or not people were coming from the Caribbean, that could explain kind of this growth, even though the trade directly from Africa to the U.S. was, as David said, more or less severed following 1808. That growth, the number of people coming from the Caribbean doesn't explain fully a growth of over 3.5 million people in the next 40 or 50 years. Right, so that's where that domestic population growth, those are kind of very seemingly benign terms, but those really, reference the exploitative nature of plantation slavery in the U.S. and that growth, right? That population growth, separating of families and the exploitation, in particular, of Black women during that time. That more readily explains this kind of large growth in the population in the U.S., right? We're allowing U.S. to become the largest slave society, right, at the start of the Civil War, by far, right? Larger than Brazil, even though Brazil imported a factor of 10, more people directly from Africa. The U.S. would become the largest slave society that we've seen.
And just to add to that, and to anticipate a related question that I think you had in the list, we think about 15% of the Africans that arrived in the Americas actually came via the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's over a period of probably close to 2 centuries.
Mm-hmm.
And that speaks to the I'm assuming you're talking about the intra-American slavery.
Which is very important and has been misunderstood for many years, but I think now it's becoming clear how important it was. In both directions. It wasn't just to the U.S., it was from the Caribbean to Spanish America.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, we're going to definitely mark that down on our paperwork, so to speak, for sure.
Let me ask a question real quick, teacher, if you don't mind. Is it loud or are we good?
A little muffled, a little bit.
Fucked up mic, niggas.
Okay, I'll wait. I'm about to walk out. I'll wait. I got a question.
We can hear you now if you want to ask that question.
But y'all heard him, right? He said 15% came to the Caribbeans. And now teachers trying to say that 15% is what we all come from. Do you know how small 15% is? Do you know how small that is? So you telling me 15% gave birth to 3.8 million Black people in North America. That's what you trying to say, teaching? Is that what you trying to say? Is that what you're trying to say, teacher? So you said that same 15% gave birth to the millions upon millions of Black people in South America. Is that what you're trying to say, teaching? Is that what you're trying to say? Because you can see David, at a point, he finna start retracting his words. That's why I wanted to play this shit from the beginning to the fucking end so you can see. I want you to see exactly what they're doing. I want you to see how they're coercing him. And you also know that they talked to him and asked him questions before the interview. So we know what the fuck is going on here. We know what's going on here. But David's going to start retracting his words. He said one is born in America when it said Native Africans. One is born in Africa. And one is born here in America. There you go right there. Right?
Okay, one of our viewers has a question. My brother Black First, he asked is a website, do the researchers on the website, slavevoyager.org, everybody that they're involved with the research, do they use genetics to come to some conclusion as to where our people originated from? Sometimes do you use genetics at all in the research that you guys do?
We don't.
You heard that? So why the fuck, if he just said they don't use genetics, they don't do none of that shit, why the hell y'all still insist on asking him questions dealing with genetics? Let's go.
Although I think it's worth mentioning that findings of the genetic group are consistent with what we are finding, even though we don't use the same techniques.
Who the fuck is that?
Okay. Okay, and the research that's done, is it dedicated to one people group, specifically us as African Americans, the descendants of African people coming over during the transatlantic slave trade? Is the research done specifically for those descendants of slavery?
Yeah, I mean, one of the major features and probably most underused portion of the site is the data we have on the names of Africans that pulled into the slave trade. And this data actually is limited to the 19th century, but it allows us to actually say something about the origins of Africans, not just in terms of which port or which region in Africa they came from, but whereabouts within Africa they came from. Because
So why the fuck y'all can't find y'all African ancestry on your genealogy? He just said they have a list of names. Y'all all Africans and African descendants, but you can't provide us the name. This man said they got a whole database full of names. Y'all said on this app that they was not taking African names. They didn't write them down. But on his website, they got them. So why the fuck you ain't found your ancestor? Y'all Africans with this fictitious ass ancestor.
because the names of individuals taken off slave ships were recorded in large bound volumes, mainly in the British records. And we've used that data to mainly off because the names of
Watch this shit. Listen again.
taken off slave ships were named whereabouts within Africa they came from, because the names of individuals taken off slave ships were recorded in large bound volumes, mainly in the British records. And we've used that data to link the name with an ethnolinguistic group in Africa. And we've got something like 90,000 records. And this allows us to actually say something about the region in Africa that they came from. So we've got, and I should just push a new book here, but there's a second edition of the Atlas coming out this year, which actually contains diasporic maps of major ethno-linguistic groups leaving Africa and going to various parts of the Americas. Unfortunately, of course, it's precisely at that point that the slave trade to the U.S. shuts down, and the diasporic maps don't tell you a lot about North American African Americans. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to also add one of the other elements that you see in looking at these names is the recognizable Arabic names.
Yeah,
and so you can infer and kind of represent the presence of Islam across Africa, right? Even though you can't pinpoint only one region because Islam was across West Africa by this time, but you do get a sense of Islam was well established across Western Africa, across the regions, and was involved in a lot of different ways as it relates to the slave trade. And so you very clearly can see names like Khadija, Fatima, Mahmud, and very easily recognized as Arabic origin names or Islamic names. But it doesn't and many other people who are Muslim had non-Arabic names too, but it does give you a very clear kind of presence, right, of Islam.
And that speaks to the so-called Moors being in America during the slave trade as well, right? When we're talking about Muslims being in the United States as slaves.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
As I say, the problem is that we know that there's not that many Africans being carried off to the Americas after 1807, and that's precisely when we have the evidence.
You keep pushing the African issue, but he keep telling you there's barely any Africans that came to North America. right? They keep telling you, he keep telling you, barely any Africans came to North America. But why you keep pushing the issue? Then the man just openly admitted that those people were Moors. They doubling down on this Arabic culture amongst those so-called slaves that they took to the Americas. Amaru said that those people were Moors. Why you think a lot of you so-called African descendants got these long old beards like Historic Foundation? Why a lot of y'all look like Turks? We keep telling y'all this, and now the man just doubled down and just whooped your motherfucking head in and just told you ain't enough Africans came over here. But watch, they finna become Stevie Wonder. They finna become Stevie Wonder. They ain't finna listen to none of that. They finna go right past that shit what he just said. Watch. We're gonna run it back one more time though.
And that speaks to
Does give you, and you know, many other people who are Muslim had non-Arabic names too, but it does give you a very clear kind of presence, right, of Islam.
And that speaks to the so-called Moors being in America during the slave trade as well, right? When we're talking about Muslims being in the United States as slaves.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, as I say, the problem is that we know that there's not that many Africans being carried off to the Americas after 1807, and that's when, precisely when we have the evidence.
I'm sorry, but all you motherfuckers are not Africans descendants. I don't care what he said in the beginning of the video. How you're African descendants when barely any Africans came over here? It's over with. Y'all try to play this race construct shit and say all black people come from Africa. Those are their people. Try to do this evolution shit. The man just said 30 to 40,000 years ago. 20 to 30,000 years ago, black people entered America. Evolution shit. Then the buddy Nafis, he literally said those indigenous populations called themselves where the fuck they want to call themselves. They not Africans. But y'all pushing the narrative like modern day Africans just came over here and yada, 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 yada. But the man keep telling y'all, look, it's barely any Africans that came over here. We talking 15% and less. And they told you about 1807 they stopped. It's funny that y'all want to keep talking about being Africans in the 18th century, the 19th century, but you can't provide the document. You know why you can't provide the document? Because your ancestor ain't no fucking African slave. That's why. They stopped it around 1807. This man just told you. Let's go.
So, to be specific, Nafis has mentioned the Islamic faith, but we've also got...
Right, when we're talking about Muslims being in the United States as slaves.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
As I say, the problem is that we know that there's not that many Africans being carried off to the Americas after 1807, and that's when, precisely when we have the evidence. So, to be specific, Nafis has mentioned the Islamic faith, but we've also got diasporic maps for Mende, Yoruba, and Igbo, which I think for the first time allows us to get behind the embarkation point in Africa.
Yes.
Right. Doctor,
go ahead.
Just one question, Tika. I'm going back down anyway. But Dr. Nafis and David, that was one point that I wanted to touch on. Thanks, Teach, for bringing it up. is when you're dealing with the intra-American slave trade, particularly after 1814. Can you speak to the illegal aspect of it, and then the demand for particular products, such as when you have a population that is in, I would say, like the upper South, whether it be Virginia or Maryland, and then moving them down to what we call the deeper South, and then the concept of a second slavery, where you have also the Africans also coming out of Charlotte and being migrating or being transferred to the islands such as Cuba and Jamaica for
These long-winded ass questions. Make the shit simple.
coffee and sugar.
Yeah, most of that traffic was, of course, to the U.S. Deep South. It's not much traffic really going to the Caribbean at this point. But again, we've got very good data on the movement of people from upper South to lower South, and that's available together with their names. Unfortunately, the names aren't African for the most part, but at least the data's there.
And again, this is directly after 1808, where the international slave trade has been abandoned. And then
I wouldn't say abandoned. It's been attacked, but it certainly wasn't abandoned. It goes on for another 60 years.
okay.
Not to the U.S. especially, but of course to Cuba.
You heard him? Not to the U.S. So stop that goofy shit.
This movement is happening by land and also by sea. Is that correct?
Yeah, and of course we don't have data on the movement by land. The key feature, the core concept with slave voyages, is the fact that any individual mentioned there has to have a connection with the voyage. And we can do a lot with that. But it clearly makes it impossible to do anything with the people that were sent by land, of which probably the majority, that probably includes the majority of people that moved, who were forced to move.
One of the kind of critical elements, I think, David, you had mentioned this years ago, but the amount of information for ocean-bound or, maritime trade, because there's so many regulations, it was a business, right? And the business was moving people, and so they collected records. They documented it themselves of what they were doing. And so in many ways, there's just an immense amount of information, not all the information we'd like, right? Origins of people, who they were, right? But the fact that the ships had to go into ports, they had to be registered, they had to be quarantined, inspected, that means there's records of those. And so it very clearly documents that way. Over land, as David was saying, it's a lot more, I don't know if spurious is the word, or not nearly, if you're traveling over land or by small rivers, people may not be regulating that, right? There may not be patrols.
Yeah, absolutely not, yeah.
People coming in to say, how many are you bringing in? They're not, not to make it like light of it, but way stations on highways, right? For tourists, right? There wasn't that, right? There wasn't that happening in the Central Valley or along the Mississippi River to the same extent. There are some records, right? Because I think Washington University, there have been instances that they were trying to document some of that overland trade, but
compared to the maritime.
So they don't got no proof that Africans came up the Mississippi. They don't got no proof that Africans came up the Mississippi. Y'all don't have no proof. It's done. You don't have no proof. And you just said they inspected every single ship, counted every single person, but none of you niggas can't find an African descendant in your fucking family. Y'all need to get this theory of you or African out of here. Y'all need to get this shit up out of here. Get that bullshit up out of here. He just told you they ain't never documented this shit. So how the fuck you know you African? Because your skin color, you can't do that. Because you got an afro, you can't do that. Because your people were slaves, you can't do that. Because Indians were slaves too. And there was another influx of people that came here as slaves too. So shit, you really just got debunked. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. Y'all niggas was not paying attention and shit, but if there was a smart person on y'all's side, they would have known that this shit, we got your ass. We got y'all. And this dude, Nefis, he's making it worse for y'all. He already dropped the Islam shit, so we already know that these people could have been Arabic people coming over here and not Africans. Black Arabs, it could have been that. It could have been real Moors coming over here, not continental indigenous Africans on ships. Oh yeah, this rerun going on YouTube. Yes, trust and believe this going on YouTube because I don't want them to edit this shit. This is gonna be on my shit. Trust and believe. But remember, next time you see them motherfuckers, tell them to get that doctrine out of here. Tell them get that bullshit up out of here.
Movement, it's just about impossible.
Yeah,
and I'm sure there's a tax in
Valley or along the Mississippi River to the same extent. There are some records, right? Because I think Washington University, there have been instances that they were trying to document some of that overland trade, but
yeah, I mean, compared to the maritime movement, it's just about impossible.
Yeah,
and I'm sure there's a tax involved in this also, right? Being that these people are moving from one location to the next.
Well, yeah, the taxes are usually something that were enforced on international movements rather than domestic.
All right, I believe Tika has a question for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to, and you guys kind of touched on a lot of my questions actually, but what I wanted to also that bears into what we come against a lot in these spheres is people constantly stating that there's no information, that everything's been hidden or it's been pushed aside or cast away. But being that you are researchers and historians here in regards to that, my real question is like, given the extensive records of trafficked individuals and ports of arrival documented on the site and within your research as well, using this data in conjunction with modern genetic studies, like to reinforce like the ancestral link between African descended populations in the
Now y'all, this is the part where I actually start watching this shit. Tika is gonna fuck this whole thing up. She gonna keep talking about genetics. But what did this man just say earlier? He said they do not do genetics. They don't study genetics. They don't use DNA. She don't use that shit. But watch Tika. I'm gonna bring it back from when she started talking. She's gonna try to teach him instead of letting him talk and explain. So I'm gonna bring it back real quick. I'm gonna mute myself up.
in these that actually.
All right, leave.
All right, so I'm finna mute myself up. Y'all pay close attention, y'all. Please pay close attention to this shit.
Tika has a question for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to, and you guys kind of touched on a lot of my questions actually, but what I wanted to also that bears into what we come against a lot in these spheres is people constantly stating that there's no information, that everything's been hidden or it's been pushed aside or cast away. But being that you are researchers and historians here in regards to that, my real question is like, given the extensive records of trafficked individuals and ports of arrival documented on the site and within your research as well, using this data in conjunction with modern genetic studies, like to reinforce like the ancestral link between African descended populations in the Americas, and specific regions or ethnic groups in Africa. I think that your research, coupled with that genetic analysis, would really be kind of a real sea change in how we as African descended people can really try and pinpoint exact places of origin for ourselves. I really I'm very interested in what you stated about the linguistics in regards to the people that the information that that you've captured in regards to specific names and things of that nature. That is fascinating. Will that information be in your new book?
It's not. No. Well, yes, it is. But the more important point is that the data are actually up on slave voyages. And it's got a separate search engine, and it's linked every.
Sorry, real quick. Y'all, put a one in the chat if she was trying to teach him instead of learn. Put a one in the chat if she was trying to teach David about African history and genetics rather than learning what he was gonna say. She been there the whole entire time since the beginning of the interview. She's trying to teach him. She's coercing him. She fucked up this whole interview. She fucked it up. If teaching never put her up here, or Shaka never put her up here, they probably had some type of little leverage in it. But Tika fucked this whole thing up for him. After the man just said, I don't know genetics. My company don't study genetics. And all this shit. So we're going to go ahead and push play. We're going to go ahead and get back to it. Well, I'm going to rewind it back just a little bit. So where he started talking.
That you've captured in regards to specific names and things of that nature.
Hold on, wait. And look at his face. My wife captured this. He looking at her like, girl, if you don't shut the fuck up. He like, who the fuck is this motherfucker? Please shut up. She sounds stupid. Look at his fucking face. Yeah, look at his face too. Look at the nigga face at the bottom. They want her to shut the fuck up. Oh yeah, damn teaching. I think they knew they fucked up. Hey y'all, somebody screenshot teaching face. Y'all screenshot this shit real quick. Screenshot teaching face. Screenshot this whole shit, and just say the moment Tika started talking. The moment Tika started talking, this is what everybody's face looked like. Man, I don't got that sound. Boy, y'all better. I don't think I got a sound for this type of shit right here. But they want her to shut the fuck up. Yeah, we gonna go ahead and push play.
That is fascinating. Will that information be in your new book?
It's not. No, well, yes, it is, but the more important point is that the data are actually up on slave voyages. And it's got a separate search engine, and it's linked. Every individual is linked to a particular voyage, and it's not, in my view anyway, it's not being used sufficiently. But the potential is there, and I think people should be using it more. However, having said that, the problem, of course, is that making links with the North American situation after 1807 is problematic.
Yeah. And I'll just add one thing about your about combining with genetics. Something David mentioned earlier, but then also the idea that they really do complement each other, right? Continue an ongoing work with genetics, but one of the things that it's not a word of caution, but it's kind of understanding how the genetic testing is done, right? That they're doing comparison groups. And so as the comparison groups become more robust and they're gathering information of modern populations across Africa, across every region of Africa, that will help be more accurate with with people's doing their DNA tests. So they've become more. So early on, much of the African comparison groups were from East Africa and I think South Africa early on, and so people were getting results that weren't as consistent with historical records and patterns. Not that one person couldn't have been that one exception, but that didn't really fit the pattern. And so I think as the genetic work has gotten a lot more widespread, that you're finding that the two types of research are really complementary of each other. And so it's kind of as the genetic kind of field continually gets better. Though that recent story about 23andMe needing to file Chapter 11, and those things are always concerning. So you always want to be mindful of that. But in general,
I understand what you're stating. It's just basically trying to increase the sample size on the continent in and of itself.
Why this motherfucker still talking about genetics? Still doing it. She's still insisting the shit after what the man just told her. Look at her. Look at Teaching face. Look at this man. Look at Neffy's lips. David looking down and shit. Let me screenshot this shit myself. Poor Tika. Poor Tika. Poor Tika. Hold on. God damn, boy. God damn. You. I gotta what I'm gonna name this shit? I'm gonna name it Tika fucked up. Tika fucked up. That's what I'm gonna call it. Tika fucked up.
So that we here as descendants can get a better snapshot as to who and where we descend from, really.
Exactly.
So I think that's awesome that we are gonna be able now as time moves on, as we move through, as technology improves, and also as samples as the sample size get bigger, we'll be able to kind of pinpoint with better accuracy as to who our ancestors directly are. And
did y'all hear earlier where she said her DNA matched the slave trade, and they literally looked at her like, the fuck? Everybody know that shit is not true. Your fucking DNA ain't matched no fucking slave trade. You would be the first out of everybody. After they just said barely any Africans came to North America. How the fuck your DNA matched with this shit? I'm just saying. You making everybody look fucking stupid on this damn shit. I'm just being real.
When we are looking at various studies in regards to when we look at our DNA in comparison, for example, my DNA results reflect a large percentage of Nigeria. And the next is Benin and Togo, which goes along with the history of this transatlantic slave trade, because I'm originally from Jamaica. So when I'm looking at that information, I'm seeing that, the Bight of Biafra, the Bight of Benin, we have places in Jamaica we have Calabar in Jamaica as well. So it goes along, it fits along with the history, the genetics of I'm often fascinated by the correlation between the two. How that particular map of my autosomal DNA actually matches up with the transatlantic slave trade and the actual routes that were taken. It's quite fascinating to see it. And then what we often do within our groups is that we will we'll take a look in comparison, and what we'll find is,
you know what I just realized? And my bro just said an excellent point in the comments. They ran to a white man. They was on TikTok yelling about us using white man sources, but they literally ran to a white man to basically clarify his statements about the African slave trade, or to say, Massa, please call me African. I know I'm African. Please call me African. Tell these other niggas that I'm an African. That's all I see right now. We got Django up here defending his slave master, and they begging him to call them Africans. But they get on this app and tell us not to use white man's sources, but here they are having an interview with a white man to justify them being Africans. Can't make the shit up.
African Americans, you know, somebody like I think the question was fielded by Black First. He's from Detroit. His genetics look like my genetics. They look like they're coming from the same places, but we just ended up in different, you know, regions of the Americas. And so that's why for us here, we want to make sure that people are understanding that when, you know, Professor Eltis was talking about Black natives, he was referring to the American-born descendants of Africans. That's what he was referring to. And I think that, you know, once we have more people understanding that, we'll have more people being able to embrace their African ancestry.
Yeah, I could just, you should note that the databases for DNA groups in Africa are very, very small compared to the rest of the world.
Do I really got to make commentary on that part? And yes, this video is going to have commentary. So if you want to watch the regular video, go to their fucking channel. But like I said, y'all got the title up there. You can go watch the original video without my commentary if you want to. But he just said the shit was real small. Bring it back.
Their African ancestry.
Yeah, I could just, you should note that the databases for DNA groups in Africa are very, very small compared to the rest of the world. That's a problem, but it's a problem that will eventually be resolved. And the prospects of making the kind of links you're looking for will be much stronger, I'm sure, 10, 20 years from now.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So stop calling people fucking African based off their DNA test. Stop that goofy shit.
And something else you mentioned, you know, my family's also Jamaican as well, and you know, my mother, she's I tease her, but she's of an older generation. You know, she's before even independence. But you know, she would say when in her time growing up, if they mentioned Africa at all, they would mention Ghana, right, and the Akan. And so the only association was with Ghana, right, and not with any other region of Africa. And you know, as you start to kind of peel that back a little bit, you know, there are definitely, you know, ships arriving from Ghana for sure, but then, or the region that would become Ghana, but then also Nigeria, you see the strong presence, and even Angola, right, to an extent.
Yeah, so another Guinea was very important.
Right. So
it tends to get ignored.
It tends to get ignored, and so the kind of the mythology or how that collective memory of or assumptions around our words tend to be kind of couched in these type of associations, even though it's generally much more complicated than like everybody's from one thing, or we're all from this group, or we're all from, right? You end up seeing that it's a much more broader stroke.
All right. I have a question to ask here. This is a question that we oftentimes get asked on our platforms as well, right? Where are the ships? Where are the ships? There's no way that this happened because there's no ships available, right? There's no tangible evidence, right, that a ship went from one area to the next, right? And so, are there any preserved slave ship vessels in Europe? So, for example, you know, the Nightingale was a captured slave ship that was repurposed in some way. You know, what is the evidence surrounding that? What's the tangibles on those particular ships?
Well, a point to keep in mind is that there's no such thing as a typical slave ship. Ships were taken from other lines of business and put into the slave trade. They could be modified fairly easily, often on the way to the African coast. So we shouldn't be looking for ship types. In my experience, we've got a vast range of types, and
I gotta bring that back. Hold on, cause he said something key. He said something very key right there.
So, for example, the Nightingale was a captured slave ship that was repurposed in some way. Are there what is the evidence surrounding that? What's the tangibles on those particular ships?
Well, a point to keep in mind is that there's no such thing as a typical slave ship. Ships.
Oh shit! Hold on, I gotta get my sad music for this shit. There's no fucking such thing as a slave ship. No such thing as a slave ship. One more time, no such thing as a slave ship. We got so much good, juicy information from this interview. I'm glad y'all did this interview. I'm glad he clarified that. I'm glad he clarified it. So they stopped slavery in 1807. It was only less than 15% that came to the Caribbeans. It was to the U.S. It was barely any Africans that came to the U.S. for one. The majority of these slaves were Arabic people, or what you call it, Islamic people. Y'all are fucking taking a L. Y'all did y'all big one with this one. Y'all did y'all big one with this one. For real. Y'all did y'all big one with this one. Y'all lost. Y'all lost big time. Game over. Game over, niggas. Game over.
Were taken from other lines of business and put into the slave trade. They could be modified fairly easily, often on the way to the African coast. So we shouldn't be looking for ship types. In my experience, we've got a vast range of types and also a vast range of periods in the slave trade. Many ships were used temporarily in the traffic and then went back to commodity traffic thereafter. I think someone asked about how long a ship would last. Well, a wooden ship wouldn't last too long, at least before they started putting copper plates on the hull, which is a late 19th century development, and they lasted a little longer at that point. But for the most part, I think a vessel would. It's a new.
Why the nigga turned his camera off? He said the late 19th century is when they started putting the copper plates on the boat. 1807, they stopped trafficking slaves from Africa to North America. So you only had about 7 years of bringing Africans to North America, to the ports of North America. I bet you Tincha put that shit together and that nigga turned his camera off. That nigga turned his camera off. That nigga turned his camera off, boy.
Unusual to find a vessel doing more than, say, 10 trips to Africa. And put into the slave trade. They could be modified fairly easily, often on the way to the African coast. So we shouldn't be looking for ship types. In my experience, we've got a vast range of types and also a vast range of periods in the slave trade. Many ships were used temporarily in the traffic and then went back to commodity traffic thereafter. I think someone asked about how long a ship would last. Well, a wooden ship wouldn't last too long, at least before they started putting copper plates on the hull, which is a late 19th century development, and they lasted a little longer at that point. But for the most part, I think a vessel would. It's unusual to find a vessel doing more than, say, 10 trips to Africa, and even 10 is quite a lot. It was wooden ships were relatively cheap, especially in North America. Lots of timber. Just about every port had a shipbuilding skill set to offer, and in terms of survival of those vessels, we just don't have it. We've got drawings, we've got pictures, but we don't have actual vessels that have survived.
My God. I hope that answered your question. You hope this nigga was going to tell you, yeah, there were slave ships. No, he said, no, we didn't have it. The nigga just said he didn't have it at the end. Oh, my God, boy. Look at boy, he frowning. That boy frowning. Got your ass whooped right there, didn't you? Boy, Master whooped your ass, didn't he? Oh my God!
I have another question too that oftentimes gets asked.
He have another question. He didn't try to basically argue with the man with what he was saying. He just became Stevie Wonder and just said, "I have another question." Oh my God, boy! Oh my God! Hold on.
Fucking slaves, get your ass back here!
And it's when you were just speaking to it, actually, when you talked about the wooden ships, right, and their durability, especially when you start adding those copper plates. How long does?
Yes, this shit is in an interview, unedited, right now. That's why I'm doing this live stream. So in case they want to delete this shit, the video is still gonna keep going even if they delete it. So that's why I'm doing this whole damn thing right now, so I can have it for my shit for documentation.
Did it typically take to build these ships? And is there any information about how they were built, let's say in some of the European countries, of course, that were participating in the trade?
I actually don't think very many ships were built specifically for the slave trade.
Okay.
There's a vast range of types, and it's hard to generalize it. Of course, by the second part of the 19th century, you get actually steamships surviving. And I think they've got, a couple of dozen cases of steam vessels, all of them after 1850. But that can't be taken as typical for the traffic as a whole.
Yeah. And
you can't use those steamboats as evidence that they were trafficking Africans to North America. You can't do it. And he just said that. You can't use that as a whole.
When it comes to the... Oh, go ahead, Tika. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, shit.
No, I would just say that because that's what we come up against a lot when we explain to people that, of course, these are wooden ships. These ships were repurposed and things of that nature. And that, that they weren't slave ships. They were merchant ships or cargo ships. And that's typically the reasons why, we kind of get people's heads kind of spinning because they don't seem to understand that it didn't say slave ship on there. It was literally a ship that was utilized to bring commodities, in and around this particular triangular trade, if you will. So,
one thing just to add quickly, on the site itself, we had developed a couple of videos, animations based off of very detailed blueprints of French slave ships, the L'Aurore and the Marie Seraphique. And what it kind of shows you is how those modifications and how intentional the modifications are for the slave trade, right? That it, creating the placement of guns, the placement of.
He said French slave ships. French. These so-called pan-goofies claim to be African descendants, and they said that their colonizers were Spanish and British people. The French really didn't traffic Africans to North America. They was dealing with the Caribs and Louisiana. So this doesn't give you any leverage either, nigga. It don't.
Of cannons, or well, small cannons, but guns towards the male captives, or separating the sexes, or how people are fed while they're on board ship and held in captivity, or where the chain most likely was, or the shackles, how those were housed. This big divider between that divided the ships, divided the men from women and children. This barricado, where this spiked barricade, right? You really start to see how the ships get modified for the trade, right? There's a real intentional around that. So, that those videos I think could be helpful in kind of seeing these are the types of plans and how they modified a ship that was built for another type of, or just built for commerce, but then modified, as David was mentioning.
And those ships were frequently modified on the way to the coast.
Yeah, on the way, yeah.
You'd have carpenters employed, and they'd put up the barricado and establish the slave deck. And then on the way back from the Americas, frequently that would be dismantled, and the vessel might go back into another trade altogether.
Mm-hmm.
So
I did not try to play that shit. I swear to God, I did not. I really tried to play that Soldier Boy Hunt shit, but they modified ships on the way to the coast to pick up slaves. How the fuck was you able to do that? How was you able to put iron chains and all types of shit in the ships, drill it to the wood and all types of shit, right? Hammer it to the wood. How were you able to do this on a boat that's rocking back and forth severely? You know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like some bullshit. It sounds like they said they modified the ships. I feel like they modified the ships later on, if they did any modifications. But this shit is not sitting right, because I never heard of this before. It's not right. It is a theory, but it's not right. That's a new theory. I never heard of it.
I'm glad that you mentioned this, and I'm glad that you brought this up, because a lot of questions comes from, this idea of these manifests, right? There's always these manifests that are there that talk about the different slaves that are coming in, right? And when they're coming into port and disembarking and embarking. You guys have that laid out really well on your website. Where did you get these, just to be clear, where did you get these manifests? And on top of that, I know it's kind of a two-part question, but where did you get the manifests? And, do other countries like France, Spain, Britain, and other countries that took part in the trade, do they have these documents readily available somewhere also that you're pulling from?
Oh, absolutely. I think the current count is we've got 1,700 sources. Mm-hmm.
That is amazing.
I'd say probably 2
from this idea of these manifests.
I think the current.
Where did you get these manifests? And on top of that, I know it's kind of a pulling from.
Oh, absolutely. I think the current count is we've got 1,700 sources.
I don't think I gotta say shit, nigga. I don't think I gotta say anything. I don't think y'all catching. I want y'all to pick it up. I don't want to say it. I want y'all to pick it up.
Readily available somewhere also that you're pulling from.
Oh, absolutely. I think the current count is we've got 1,700 sources.
Is y'all catching that? Is y'all catching that? Come on, man. Put on your thinking caps, man. I need to see these. I need to see the comments, man. But we got their ass.
Got him!
We got their ass right there with that one clip. I'll bring it back right there again. So that means they lying on slavevoice.com. It came from the creator his own self.
That's kind of a two-part question. Like, where did you get the manifest? And, you know, do other countries like France, France, Spain, Britain, and other countries that took part in the trade, do they have these documents readily available somewhere also that you're pulling from?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think the current count is we've got 1,700 sources.
Y'all, come on, man. All they got is 1,000-something sources to justify if you're an African or not. Where the fuck the 12 million come from? Where the 12 million come from? This man destroying his own legacy. He destroying his own legacy right there in front of all of y'all eyes. It's like he don't even give a shit no more. He just told y'all the truth. All they got is motherfucking 1,000 sources. And that's wonderful information. I'm glad to know that. The more you fucking know.
I'd say probably 2/3 of those are what we call primary sources. In other words, documentary sources. And they come, the big thing about the slave trade is that it was so international. A vessel going from Europe to the Americas would frequently pass through several jurisdictions, and in doing so. And a separate jurisdiction usually meant a set of documents. And we've been very fortunate. We've been running now for 30 years. We're very fortunate to recover documents, not just from a single source or a single country, but from several countries. And it's that which actually allows us to have a certain amount of certitude about the size of the traffic, because you can use these separate sources.
I want y'all to understand something, because I see there's a bit of confusion in the comments. They're talking about manifests. They say they have 1,000 and something. Go to the National Archives. A manifest is not a fucking book. I don't know where the hell you think that comes from. I don't know how you came up with that assertion, Mr. FBA. But I need you to go to the nationalarchives.com and type in slave manifest. And look at how many slaves is on those documents. Look at how many. You have up to 10 to 2 to 5. Some ranging for 300, some ranging from 100. But the bare minimum, not the bare minimum, but the average you're going to see on these manifests, it's at least 10 fucking people. 10 to 20 people. Literally. Not no thousands, not no hundreds. Now you put that in your mind. Let's just say the bare average. We're going to pull up a calculator. We're going to pull it over here though. The average of people that's on the slave manifest, and I've been looking at this shit for a long time. If you brand new to it, you ain't really did that shit, you really ain't got no room to talk. But let's just say 1,000 times 20. 1,000 documents, let's just say an average of 20 slaves. We got 20,000 people. That's not enough, nigga. It's not enough. And then on top of that, you got to look at how many documents were actually about North America. You don't have a lot. I already did the live on that about foreign slave documents from Africa to North America. You only got about 32 documents on National Archive itself. So I'm just saying, like, and I'm surprised he openly admitted 1,000. Even I feel like that's a fucking lie. But he said 1,000. Maybe he's combining the American slave trade with that. Maybe he's doing that. But to say 1,000, I'm surprised he actually said that. I thought he would have lied to say we got 20 or 30 or 40 or 100,000 sources to justify that a lot of Africans came over here. But to say 1,000, that is nasty work right there. And then this dumbass nigga teaching, this nigga gonna say some wow. Wow. Watch him. Let's bring it back one more time.
Sources about this recover running. through several.
I know it's kind of a two-part question, but where did you get the manifest? And do other countries like France, France, Spain, Britain, and other countries that took part in the trade, do they have these documents readily available somewhere also that you're pulling from?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think the current count is we've got 1,700 sources,
Wow. But he don't look amused. Nigga, you not an African.
That is amazing.
Probably.
Wow, that's amazing. You're not making an amazing face. You're not making a face like you're amazed. Look at him. Look at him. I know this is some side shit, but just look at him.
I mean, I think the current count is we've got 1,700 sources,
that is amazing.
Probably two.
That's amazing with a face like you got fucking defeated. I would have said, if that was me, what? Wow, that's fucking amazing. What? This is an amazed face. Not no. That's amazing. A face like you got fucking defeated, like you just don't give a fuck. Nigga, come on, man. I know you defeated, nigga. I bet he going. I know the shit going in his mind. These niggas probably watching this shit. Oh, damn, fuck. Yeah, you fucked up. You fucked up.
Oh my God, bro. Oh hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy. You get your goddamn ugly ass on.
I'm telling you, nigga. I know he feel defeated. Let's go.
Thirds of those are what we call primary sources. In other words, documentary sources. And they come. The big thing about the slave trade is that it was so international. A vessel going from Europe to the Americas would frequently pass through several jurisdictions, and in doing so, and a separate jurisdiction usually meant a set of documents. And we've been very fortunate. We've been running now for 30 years. We've been very fortunate to recover documents, not just from a single source or a single country, but from several countries. And it's that which actually allows us to have a certain amount of certitude about the size of the traffic, because you can use these separate sources to check how the vessel was traveling. So we feel fairly confident about what we're saying.
And I think one other, and David, correct me if the statistic has been updated, but I think 80% or 86% of the voyages have at least 2 or 3 sources to corroborate, right? And some have more, but very few have only one. Like there's only one surviving record.
Prophet. I don't know if you're there, Prophet, but remember when we was going over the sources on slavevoyage.com, and one of the sources took us to a book from 1920? Remember that? Do you remember that they're lying about their fucking sources? How the hell you gonna prove that Africans came here from a 1920 fucking book? So they showing you they're just adding anything in the sources. The man just openly admitted that they only have 1,000, only 1,000 and something real sources to justify Africans coming over here. But they're conflating it with fucking whack ass sources like from books from 1920. That actually happened. We proved that. Literally on live with Pan-Africans on the panel. What Prophet did. And that shit was funny as fuck. And they couldn't contain themselves. They couldn't hold themselves together when that shit was being shown. And they never got back with us. Remember, Prophet, they were supposed to get back with us on that shit. They never got back with us. They always try to reach back with us the 7 to 8 business days, but shit, they never reach back with us. Let's go.
But there are some, I think overwhelming majority have multiple sources, and it's very easily to identify where which archives house it, or from where those records live, who's in possession of those. So Yeah, from all over the world, right?
Plus, there's archives of the individual slave traders.
Yep.
And, it's amazing.
If I may, just for a second, I just would like to give a shout out to OHF and Blackwater for the just the primaries, the word primaries, and you, Dr. Eltis, to say that loud and in 8K that the slavevoyages.org, the site is predominantly ran and operated by research from primary sources. Primary sources. This is something that we try to enforce on this app day in and day out. And sometimes I don't know if it's just the digestion of the primary source or the digestion of the truth behind the primary source, but it just seems that we have individuals who, for whatever reason, just don't get it. So for you to say that live right now is very powerful, but it's a testament to the individuals that we have on this app that on a day basis protect the history of our people, protect the history, just historical accuracy every day. And it's important, especially for young Black kids to learn about their history, so they can have, like Dr. John Henry Clark says, a compass to the world, a compass to their future. They know where they come from, so they will live their life just a little bit differently, well, a lot differently, with a purpose, with a sense of self, a sense of history that they learned was denied to them, and just, you know what I mean, just maybe walk better, like Marcus Garvey said, you know, once you learn the history of how beautiful we once were, you'd be more inclined to respect ourselves. So for you to say that on live and it echoes what our brothers and sisters on this app do on a daily basis, that means a lot, man. That really means a lot, because that's what we try to do. Just stay on the right side of history and give as much as we possibly can with as much as we've researched using primary sources to be unbiased, non-egotistical, but just telling the truth as it's.
They ain't listening to shit that this man saying. They ain't heard shit what David said. And you still trying to tell us that this man got the primary sources and everything on his site, and the man just said, I only got 1,000 and something. He literally said it came out of his own mouth. And you still talking about something. It's helping young Black brothers. It's helping young Black sisters. It helped me. It helped me. Nigga, shut the fuck up. It ain't helped you do a goddamn thing but become a coon. It helped you become a coon. Dumbass nigga. It helped you become a... Look at this bitch ass nigga at the top. The fuck he got out? The fuck he got going on? This nigga standing in the rain and shit. This nigga's a motherfucking R. Kelly. Look at the way how this nigga look. Look at teaching. That nigga can't stand the rain.
Laid out through research and study. So I appreciate that, Dr.
Well, if I could just add to that, the site has one which I think is an unusual feature, which is that it accepts new information. In other words, we can't know everything, and we get, even today, 30 years down the road, we get emails pointing to sources that we haven't actually used. And we've got what we call a contribute page on the website, which encourages people to make these contributions. And the contributions are subject to editorial supervision, of course. Some of them don't turn out to be very accurate, but for the most part, they are useful. And that is a way of really ensuring.
How the fuck they not accurate but useful? Okay, yeah. Timestamp that shit. What's that? 4723. They're not accurate but useful.
In the long run, the validity of the site, because we get more information every year from sources that we didn't even know about.
Yeah, we're gonna bring it back. Hold on. This nigga said it's not accurate, but useful.
What we call a contribute page on the website, which encourages people to make these contributions.
So these are random people sending them contributions, emails of their sources. And what does he say?
The contributions are subject to editorial supervision, of course.
Editorials, edits, like Wikipedia.
Some of them don't turn out to be very accurate.
Some of them not accurate.
But for the most part, they are useful.
But they're still useful. Sources that can be changed anytime is useful. You can't make this shit up. SlaveVoyage.com is a scam.
And that is a way of really ensuring, in the long run, the validity of the site. Because we get more information every year from sources that we didn't even know about.
Yeah. I think each one of you has a question that he wants to ask as well.
Yeah, this is to Nafis and David. Just a few minutes ago, we were talking about the ships. And I know, David, you mentioned primarily in your book that a lot of this, actually had to deal with, business and transactions. Can you speak?
You know what I'm going to do, y'all? Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy the book live time for y'all. And I'm going to let y'all know what that shit say.
To the who owned the ships, and can you speak to also how much of the population?
And the reason I'm a buy is because these niggas keep talking about in your book, and I guarantee none of these niggas ain't bought it. I guarantee they didn't.
Was also involved in the economic aspect of it, as far as like owning stocks. Like today, people own stocks of like Nike or whatever you have. Can you speak to that component of it? Because I think we have this misperception, like you have these big conglomerate of merchants and corporations, but I would just like to speak to like the small part of it.
Yeah, well, it's coincidentally, I'm currently working on.
You said that's who? You said that's each one teach one? Hold on, screenshot this Jay-Z looking ass bitch, this Blue Ivy looking ass motherfucker. See this motherfucker. This motherfucker like a... Put each one teach one. Nigga finally showed himself, huh? Each one teach one. He be the main one talking shit. Ugly ass nigga.
On a big database of
part of it.
Yeah.
I would just like to speak to like the small part of it.
Yeah, well, it's coincidentally, I'm currently working on a big database of owners of slave ships. And this actually, it's actually available on the site, although the search engine is not quite as sophisticated as I wanted it to be. But what's coming out from this is that we've got thousands and thousands of names of people who were organizing the voyage. And many of them left records, which we have actually incorporated into the database. So what's the conclusion that we got? Well, that it was ownership in the slave trade was very broadly based. There's a big emphasis on the big companies, especially Liverpool and Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. But what's emerging from this new data is that there were a huge number of small investors. So when you're looking for those responsible for the slave trade, you're really looking at society as a whole rather than individual big guys.
And one other thing that's always interesting that one of our colleagues, Greg O'Malley, had wrote an article years ago about Charleston, and I think he was writing about how the medical field within Charleston was so integral to the trade that, providing the quarantine, not just investigating, but when a ship arrived, inspecting, right, and the related industries to the slave trade, right? There's like derivative industries, kind of how automotive or oil, right? Makeup is tied to oil industry, right? Because of how the chemicals and plastics and things like that. So there you find that there's it kind of like a spider's web, right? It connects to much deeper throughout society, right? And as David mentioned, the very, very direct,
So Chanel, Louis Vuitton, motherfucking Chanel and Louis Vuitton and Calvin Klein and all this fucking shit. What's that other one shit? Balenciagas. So this is what this motherfucking slave ships is, right? Motherfucking brands and shit, right? Expecting this bullshit. So this is what you trying to tell me. This is what this shit is. This is what it's deep rooted in, huh? Okay, man. Learn something new every day.
Investment and interest in the trade, it was very, very broad, but then also you have these related and more indirect ties to the trade that are harder to kind of speak at a global scale, but you find these, like Liverpool, the related industries, or these ports that they're very much tied to that economy.
Yeah, it is like a auxiliary business, like particularly like in the Massachusetts area, we have like rope makers and the fisheries and things that supported the Caribbean and things of that nature. Yeah, so yeah, that's just I wanted to touch on that a little bit.
Tika, I think Tika was.
I just wanted to expand upon that as well. And even within the slave trade in of itself, how interconnected all of these different entities were. Like, for example, we're talking about the New England fisheries. Well, they received sugar, rum, and molasses from the Caribbean, and in turn, they supplied the Caribbean enslaved people with.
Can I please just get back to the information? Because now they're just rambling about some bullshit.
With cod, with salted cod, mackerel, things of that nature. That was the protein source for many of the enslaved people during that particular time, within the trade. It's fascinating in and of itself, right? To look at, like you stated, how many industries were spurned out of just dealing with the slave trade in and of itself, whether directly or indirectly. You take a look at a place like Bristol, and Liverpool as well. Those are major shipbuilding centers, but of course, within that, you get bars, you get places for people to stay, like rooming houses. Then it builds tea houses, and people then go from there. So we're looking at a large economy that comes out of one particular industry. And in fact, I often like to state to people that this is what really kind of spurs the engine of the global economy in and of itself. Is just the slave trade was that influential in that aspect. So I'm glad to have this conversation with both of you all. This is fantastic.
So we have I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Eltis.
Well, just to stress the wide involvement in the traffic, I just wanted to mention recent research, especially in the South Atlantic, which shows that the owners of slave vessels actually paid their crew members by giving them a share of a slave. In other words, rather than pay wages, they would actually identify an individual, link an individual crew member with a particular one or two slaves, in some cases a portion of a slave, and that was the pay. Now,
Wow.
what the big dramatic finding here is that many of the crew members were actually black. And indeed, some of them were not just black, but they were black slaves. Um,
Hey, Amaru. Amaru, boy. You be cooking, nigga.
Yeah, boy.
You be cooking, nigga. You be cooking. That's all I'ma say. You be cooking, nigga.
Nevertheless, received payment for their services, and that payment came in the form of a part of a human being. And that's something I find overwhelmingly sad, but there it is.
What in terms of those particular people, were they, manumissioned, if you know, or
They don't even realize what the fuck he just said. That's how fucking stupid these people is. Your colonizers were black people, bruh. And he's trying to tell you, some of them were slaves. Yeah, we're gonna run it back. He's trying to tell you some of them were slaves, and this is something we've been saying for a minute too. But now the white man told you, I wonder what y'all gonna do.
Involvement in the traffic. I just want to mention recent research, especially in the South Atlantic, which shows that the owners of slave vessels actually paid their crew members by giving them a share of a slave. In other words, rather than pay wages, they would actually identify an individual, link an individual crew member with particular one or two slaves, in some cases a portion of a slave, and that was the pay. Now, what the big dramatic finding here is that many of the crew members were actually black, and indeed some of them were not just black, but they were black slaves. And nevertheless received payment for their services, and that payment came in the form of a part of a human being. And that.
Oh, so I'm thinking like they like sharing like the slave in a way like, okay, this slave is gonna work for me this day, and this slave is gonna work for you this day. He said a part of the human being. So they was chopping these niggas up and feeding them to other people. That's what I'm taking it as. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what it sounds like to me. That's what it sounds like to me. Cause I was under the assumption that they was just, you know what I'm saying, taking turns making this motherfucker do shit. But apparently they chopping niggas up. A story I never heard of. Yeah, it could be both, But yeah, these niggas was your colonizers, and we know they were Moors. And we already ran this shit back, and these niggas don't know exactly what he's talking about. Teaching look fucking lost up there. It's just crazy.
I find overwhelmingly sad, but there it is.
what in terms of those particular people, were they, manumissioned, if you know, or were they just?
No, some of them were outright slaves of the slave owner. The thing to keep in mind is that Brazil was not as well, shall I say, capitalized as Europe at that point. They found it tougher to bring together the financing that would support a voyage, but this was a solution to the problem, and it's been totally ignored in the literature. All the information.
He literally just said part of a human. I know he did say wages too, but he literally said part of a human. Do I gotta bring it back to that part when he said that? Like, hold on.
Sad, but there many of them identify an individual, link an individual crew member with particular one or two slaves, in some cases a portion of a slave, and that was the pay. Now, what the big dramatic finding here is that many of the crew members were actually black, and indeed some of them were not just black, but they were black slaves, and nevertheless received payment for their services, and that payment came in the form of a part of a human being.
How else can you take that? Like, part of a human being. How the hell can you receive a payment of part of a human being? Like I said, there's no other way to explain it. Like I said, I feel like you already know. I'm not gonna say what that is because I'm trying to avoid TikTok guidelines. I need to get like a little warning. But yeah, you can't make this shit up. That's what he said.
And that's something I find overwhelmingly sad, but there it is.
Well, in terms of those particular people, were they, manumission, did we know, or were they just...
No, some of them are outright
I don't know.
slaves of the slave owner. The thing to keep in mind is that Brazil was not as well, shall I say, capitalized as Europe at that point. They found it tougher to bring together the financing that would support a voyage, but this was a solution to the problem, and it's been totally ignored in the literature. All the information that we have comes from the North Atlantic, and it stresses the big guys, the big companies, Royal African Company, South Sea Company. But I do want to stress there's a level of involvement which I don't think historians have fully appreciated, which extends to ordinary people.
Okay.
Some of them enslaved themselves.
So that particular phenomenon, was that just in South, when you're talking about Brazil, or was that...
Yeah, it was not. Yeah, I've never seen that used in the North Atlantic. I mean, most of the research that's been done is on the North Atlantic. It's the British and the French and the Portuguese. But far more, it seems that more vessels actually set out from South America to Africa than set out from Europe to Africa. And this is not something that's recognized either in the literature or in the popular discussions. You see.
So we saw it.
Just for the record, they wasn't paying attention to shit he was saying. They tuned that nigga out.
Another interview with you, and I know you're probably like, man, another one, but we want to address this because you just did it. We just saw an interview that you did with the BCU Big Cat University, and it was legendary Top Cats. Do you recall?
I don't.
Why this man turned on his camera licking his lips and shit, looking all sassy and shit? Hold on. Is that Shaka?
Because you just did it. We just saw an interview that you did with the BCU Big Cat University, and it was legendary Top Cats. Do you?
You sussy ass nigga. You suspect ass nigga. You
recall?
I don't.
Okay, can we show a clip of that?
Sus ass nigga. Sassy sus ass nigga. The fuck you doing up there, man? Panel full of niggas with a white man. You come up there looking all sassy and shit, bro. What the fuck wrong with you, Shaka? It's all making sense now. I understand it now. I understand this shit now. Yep.
You, but your descendants are also slaves. And I, as I said a few minutes ago, I don't find any case at all in any part of the Americas where a European not only became subject to lifetime servitude, but also had the basic problem that any subsequent offspring would also be in the same status. That's what chattel slavery means to me.
Okay, so I agree with you on that, Dave. So the people who are the chattel slavery is upon, in my search, in my research, will be the indigenous people of America.
Yeah, that's for sure.
4 million people that speaking about during the time.
That's just one of those pauses right there, because he just agreed with him. But what they're trying to do, they're trying to make David take back his words. That's what they're trying to do. This is a bully tactic. You're bullying an old man. You're bullying an old man to make him basically agree with you. This shit, y'all some fucking lame ass niggas, like for real. Y'all some lame ass niggas for real. This shit is really pissing me off to what the fuck y'all doing.
Time of the Civil War.
And his bitch ass up there praying. Look at him. Way up there, his bitch ass up there praying that he agreed with him.
18.
Oh, let me bring that back one more time, bro.
Had the basic problem that any subsequent offspring would also be in the same status. That's what chattel slavery means to me.
Okay, so I agree with you on that, Dave. So the people who are the chattel slavery is upon, in my search, in my research, will be the indigenous people of America.
Yeah, that's for sure.
4 million people that speaking about during the time of the Civil War, 18.
Why you cut it off?
Yeah. So when he was talking about that specific group, what was he? How did you interpret that? For one, did you see it as him talking about indigenous Americans or individuals who were African that were being brought in, or sorry, being born in Africa? So going back to our initial question, and our initial prompt that we were talking about, the African Americans, the native African Americans on the continent at that time through population growth.
Yeah, I mean, in the 1870 census, there's about 1% or less of individuals who are African. So we have 4 million.
What he just say? What did he say? Hold on. Yeah. Look at God, nigga. Look at God, nigga.
So going back to our initial question, and our initial prompt that we were talking about.
Hold on. Wait a minute, TikTok. Why you flagging me for harassing and bullying? At a real crucial part. Hey, y'all, double tap the screen, double tap the screen, build that mound, send them motherfucking roses, do what you gotta do. TikTok just sent me a fucking a restriction, a warning talking about I'm harassing. Who the hell am I harassing? There's nobody on the panel. Yeah, we're gonna play this. Let's go.
Born in Africa. So going back, that were being brought in, or sorry, being born in Africa. So going back to our initial question, and our initial prompt that we were talking about, the African Americans, the native African Americans on the continent at that time through population growth.
Yeah, I mean, in the 1870 census, there's about 1% or less of individuals who are African. So we have 4 million, almost 4 million people enslaved, and they're, for the most part, born in the Americas, or more specifically in the U.S.
Mm-hmm. He said, like he really know. He just said 1% of that 4 million were African. Are you not paying attention, teaching, to what he just said? There's one. Hold on, bro. I told you, these people are not smart.
1% or less.
So going back to our initial question, and our initial prompt that we were talking about, the African Americans, the native African Americans on the continent at that time through population growth.
Yeah, I mean, in the 1870 census, there was about 1% or less of individuals who are African. So we have 4 million, almost 4 million people enslaved, and they're, for the most part, born in the Americas, or more specifically in the U.S. There is no case, as I mentioned in that clip, where even the Irish were actually not just enslaved, but had offspring that were also enslaved, and their offspring too would be enslaved. There's no case, there's no substantive evidence of that at all.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Enslavement was definitely racial.
Yes. Because a lot of people like to confuse.
It's over. It's over. Y'all finished. Y'all are done. And for all of y'all, for this guy to sit up there on the panel and claim to be a teacher, he couldn't comprehend what he said. He said less than 1% of them were African. In North America, he said there were 4 million slaves. Out of that 4 million slaves, only 1% of them were African. Came out of his mouth himself. Look at teaching. He know he messed up. You should have never asked him that question. And now we're going to clip it and we're going to put it up. And now look at Tika. Tika finna come in and try to teach him a lesson. She finna give this man a lecture. So what we got, y'all? Slavery ended around 1807. They introduced the boats with the copper at the bottom after 1808 in the United States. They introduced the steamboats, and those steamboats was not used for slavery. What else happened? They only got 1,000 and something sources to justify that you're an African. And only less than 1% of Africans were slaves in North America. Y'all are done. Y'all are finished. Oh yeah, and they use editorials. They use editorials and sources that is not true on slavevoice.com. That's another thing that he said. It's either this man is trying to self-sabotage himself or destroy the business. I don't know what this man doing, but he's doing a terrific job. And you got to be smart to catch it, because clearly these people on the panel with him are not smart enough to catch it. Shout out to Topcats. You did a good job, bro, with that interview.
The whole indentured servitude with slavery.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We
all know.
we know that, but
Yep.
we come against a lot of people who.
That right there, that laugh they did, listen to the laugh. That ain't no laugh like they got one. That's a laugh of embarrassment. They're embarrassed, so they're laughing. Listen, yes, a laugh of defeat.
Yeah.
We
all know.
Not substantive evidence of that at all.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Enslavement was definitely racial.
Yes. Because a lot of people like to conflate the whole indentured servitude with slavery.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We
all know.
we know that, but
Yep.
we
A lot of people like to conflate indentured servitude with slavery. The man just said it was 4 million slaves, and the man said it was race-based. We all know the indigenous people were slaves, the Irish were slaves, the whites were slaves, black people were slaves, African was slaves. And this crooked-eyed motherfucker, I was for to say the B word, but this crooked-eyed motherfucker looking both ways, literally at the same time. Each eye gonna say so. They're conflating servitude with slavery. Nobody's not doing that. But y'all think all 4 million of these people were African. The man just told you it was less than 1%. So who was the predominant slave in America? If it was less than 1% of Africans as slave in America, in North America, who was the predominant slave based off race in America? And it couldn't be the African. So who was it? Who was it? Put indigenous in the comment. The Indians in the comments. Drop the indigenous and Indians in the comments, because that was the predominant slave in America. Not you Africans and you African wannabe descendants.
We come against a lot of people who are saying, well, it's indentured servitude. Indentured servitude was something contractual in that sense. The vast difference between that and chattel slavery is that chattel slavery became synonymous with people of African descent. And of course, with the fact that, you're enslaved in perpetuity, because once you were born to an enslaved person, you were enslaved as well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we have a group that meets once a week, and usually there's a question that's been submitted by someone from usually not an academic background, and the typical question is, what about the Irish slaves? Mm-hmm. Why aren't you dealing with those? And basically we kick around who has to answer it, because we've done it so often that we don't really want to do it anymore.
It's unbelievable. And would you argue, and this is for both of you, would you argue that those points are typically grounded in white tea supremacy? A lot of it, to try to equate or to try to diminish the fact that America and all the other European countries that were involved in the slave trade had an extensive hand in bringing Africans to the Americas.
Yeah, I mean, the Irish have a lot to be sorry about in history, obviously. They're exploited in many ways the same way in which Africans were. But I've yet to find a case of an Irish slave in the sense that the offspring of that individual was also a slave. I've just never happened to come across such a case in 40 years of research.
Yeah. Dr. Eltis and Dr. Nafis, while we're at it, and I know that, your time is precious, but we might as well just go ahead and address all the pseudo. Okay. We need to just go ahead and address all the pseudo, no more pseudo. Right. And so I think that speaks to the fact when you're talking about these individuals being from Africa, right? Yeah. And slavery being based on race, especially if we're looking at in terms of the Americas, in terms of America after Bacon's Rebellion. That would also mean that this idea of Black Scots, like Black rulers of England and Scotland and Wales, it didn't happen.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Just wanted to get another fellow historian on the record to confirm that.
So we can confirm that people of African descent aren't the Tudors.
What the fuck they got to do with us? Literally, like, you supposed to be hammering down this topic about black people being indigenous. Like, why are you talking about black rulers in Europe? And the man just openly admitted that the Moors were on the ship and they brought him over here, nigga. Everybody knows the Moors had ruled Spain. It's documented history. Are you fucking dumb? They ruled Granada. This is documented history. And again, what they got to do with us being indigenous to this land? It look like you're just scrambling, because you can't double down on the indigenous stuff no more. It look like you're scrambling.
And people have actually been claiming this. Yes, I know.
Yeah, the Tudor family, right? Yeah.
I'm sorry, but
They're catering to a white man, try to beg a white man to believe their ideology. And they making up these fake ass laughs, these fake ass jokes. None ain't fucking funny. And they laughing trying to make the man laugh. Like, come on, man. Just get on with it. I'm gonna leave my mic on mute real quick because I know she finna say some stupid ass shit.
these are the type of things that we are coming up against. So
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, yeah, well, keep up the good work. Push back.
I appreciate it. We appreciate it.
I'd like to just to piggyback.
But did he disagree? He just said keep up the good work. Did he disagree, y'all? Did he disagree? Nope. With all the pseudo, he said, let's clear all the pseudo shit. Keep up the good work. He do look confused. He don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I thought almost be this again. This is a man that specialized in data from about Africans coming to North America and South America, the slave trade. What the fuck they got to do with being a Moor, black rulers of Europe, black people being indigenous? What the hell they got to do with any of that? And y'all talk to this man about genetics. Y'all asking this man questions outside of his field. And y'all hoping that you have some type of leverage in making him agree with you. But y'all are forgetting that the questions y'all asking him is outside of his field. Y'all should have just stayed talking about the indigenous shit, because that's y'all biggest problem right now.
Back off that just to because I think right now we're definitely cooking up pseudo stew, and we are really doing a great job. Rebels, like let's get it, but we're doing a great job of dispelling any misinformation, any myths that have been just spoken so confidently through lies and manipulation. But this is one that I'm pretty sure is going to be another head scratcher for you guys, since we have you here. And you've specifically and clearly let us know, just articulated that you use a lot of primary source research to bring us this information that's on the site. However, this is one other myth that we need to dispel while we have you guys here. We have a group of individuals who follow an individual, and I'm not going to even give him credence to even say his name right now, but who are pushing a narrative that slave trade happened in reverse. The slave trade.
This nigga talking about me. This nigga is talking about me. He don't even want to say my name. Dude, black first, you bitch. Or is that Shaka? Nick, y'all make me want to do an interview. For that shit, you're going to make me want to do an interview with this nigga. Y'all going to really make me do an interview with this guy, because y'all keep playing with my top, man. Y'all keep playing with me. Man, Shaka, you ain't getting up here. We're going to finish this shit because y'all got caught, nigga. Y'all got caught. You're done. We're going to play this shit out. Motherfucker, I got y'all. I got y'all. Watch this shit. And I'm going to have an interview with an anthropologist, too. Watch this shit.
I love that response. Thank you for that response. That was actually epic. Matter of fact, let me turn my camera on so we can talk face to face.
Sweet ass nigga.
Yeah, so the slave trade happened in reverse. And no, we're not talking about the American Colonization Society. We're not talking about those three entities, the slave masters, the slave masters, the segregationists, and the abolitionists. We're not talking about those three. We're not talking about the American Colonization Society. We are talking about a group of individuals who follow a grifter who has made a lot of money on the misinformation of our people. That the slave trade happened in reverse. In reverse.
He could be talking about Dane Calloway, too. He could be talking about Dane Calloway or Kua Mayo, too.
Is there any documented genetic evidence. Just bear with me. I know, trust me, I know. But just for the sake of just some of the young, maybe 18-year-old, 17-year-old that follow this page that may be listening, we want to make sure they get this and just grow up on the right side of history. But is there any genetic, any anthropological, any archaeological?
While you there, Shaka, I'm gonna say this one more fucking time because we know this your live stream. Why the fuck y'all keep asking this man about genetics when he's not a geneticist? Why you keep asking this man about archaeology, archaeological, whatever the fuck that shit is, anthropology? Sorry. Why you keep asking this man about this shit, right? Why y'all keep asking all this shit that ain't got nothing to do with his field? This man specializes in African slave trade, the importation of Africans coming to America or the Americas, period. Why are you asking these dumbass questions? And the man literally said he's not a geneticist. He's not an archaeologist. But y'all still double down and say the shit to try to make the man say what y'all say. Why y'all keep coercing this man? He told y'all literally in an interview, this is not my field. But I'm going to let y'all up to speak after we finish your interview.
Evidence whatsoever that would suggest or be a fact that the slave trade in any way, shape, or form happened in reverse, sir. I'll go on mute.
Do you mean that that Africans were taking Europeans to Africa, or?
I know it's hard. I know it's hard. It's baffling, but no.
Explain that shit to him properly, brother. That indigenous people were taken to Africa and African people were taken to the Americas. Explain this shit properly, because it seems like you can't even explain this shit. I hope you explain this shit properly.
Yes, everything I'm saying to you, please just believe it. Yes, what you're thinking is what they're saying. The transatlantic slave trade happened in reverse. In reverse, meaning there were black people, as we know what the definition of black is, but if they're not sub-Saharan African descent. These are black Indians who are indigenous to the Americas prior to colonialism, with no empires, no artifacts, no DNA research, no history, no
coercion. That's exactly what you're doing. Shaka, use a fucking fool for that. A fucking fool. And David looked like he over y'all shit, to be honest.
Freedom fighters know nothing that they were taken from America to Africa.
And then what happened?
Yes. Man, that's classic. I cannot wait to make sure this is posted. Thank you for that answer. I'll go back on mute.
All he said was, and then what happened? Did he say, I disagree? Did he say, absurd, that's a lie? Did he say, no, that is not true? All he just said was, and then what happened? He didn't even chuckle after that shit. And y'all goofy ass folks laughed. And I'm going to be sure to post it. And then what happened? Nigga, literally. And then what else happened? What else happened? It looked like he was mocking your goofy ass. Just to be honest, it seemed like he was making fun of you.
I just had to give you that. That is something that individuals, as you see on the screen, I don't know if you can see it, that are making. Go ahead, sir.
No, I'm speechless.
So was I when I.
So what is this? Who made this book? Oh, you're talking about Dane Calloway. He's speechless about this book, this cover. He's looking at this book. Yeah, we finna play it back. I love the way how he's trying to do this shit. You bullying this old man into your fucking ways with this fucking book up here.
No history, no freedom fighters, no nothing, that they were taken from America to Africa.
And then what happened?
So where is he laughing at? The man still. Hold on, yo.
Yes.
Man, that's classic. I cannot wait to make sure this is posted. Thank you for that answer.
He really just looking at the book cover, and he's still there laugh at you niggas. Y'all laughed. Yeah, he been over. It's like y'all trying to make him change what he said. He's not changing his words. He's not pulling back any statements he said. So I don't understand what the fuck y'all are doing here.
Go back on mute. I just had to give you that. That is something that individuals, as you see on the screen, I don't know if you can see it, that are making. Go ahead, sir.
No, I'm speechless.
So was I when I first got on this app and I started hearing some of this nonsense. I had no idea that it even existed.
So was you when you got your ass whooped by me in a damn debate. We know you were speechless.
Until I joined up on this app. But it's been going on for a while.
It's unfortunately, this has been clearly a source of I mean, yes, we're laughing, but it's been a source of somewhat sadness in and of itself as well, because so much of our history is being pushed to the side, disrespected, and the work that you all do has also as the old saying goes, if you repeat a lie more than once, it'll start becoming the truth, if you will. People are really starting to believe these things, and the work of historians like yourself.
Dude, David is not y'all friend. I just want to say that he is not y'all friend. He literally over y'all. Y'all are literally not reading the room.
Is being lost to a narrative that is suiting people who are just looking to earn money off of the fact that some people, for whatever reason, want to buy into these particular narratives. So I personally want to thank you all for doing your research and for going out there and finding this information, documenting this information, so that we ourselves can reference materials and explain how primary sources work to people, how it is that you can quantify evidence with whatever that you're searching for. This in particular is, I think it stems from, in many regards, because of the history of slavery. I think for some people within our community, they want to see a different narrative. They want to, be on the side of, no, that didn't happen to my people, and maybe there's some sort of alternative history to that. My constant, the thing that I like to explain to people is simply this: was that there were empires in Africa, many great civilizations and empires in Africa. And we need to be proud of that, European exploration of the world was something done out of necessity. and for that reason, because they had large ships and armadas, people feel as if, technologically or in some way, shape, or form, Africans just weren't
Damn, y'all couldn't hear what I said. Shit. I said, David up there looking like, nigga.
Help me! Help me!
He ready for this shit to fucking end. This is a fucking struggle. It really is.
What we're trying to state is that Africans didn't have the capacity to do those things. It's not that they didn't have the capacity. It's just that for that particular time period and for their particular civilization, it was not a need. They had variously all of the resources or most of the resources that they needed. And Europeans traveled because of the fact that they wanted several resources that weren't readily available to them and were only accessible through like the Ottomans and Ottoman Empire and the Genoese. So, they wanted to go exploring the world in order to get those things for themselves. And
there's no shortage of white slaves, but they went in the Atlantic.
Nafisa,
who's arguing about white slaves? He's fixated on white slaves. He's not talking about black people being Indians. He's not fixated on black Indians being slaves. He's not fixated on Mexicans, nobody. He's fixated on white people being slaves. Are y'all not catching what the hell this guy is saying? And then you turn around and do this fake ass laugh like this is the argument. He's fighting the fight that David is fighting. He's proving that there wasn't white slaves. That's what he's fighting. I don't know if any of y'all picked up on that, but that's his main point. He threw up our Irish slaves several times over and over and over. He kept talking about Irish slaves. Nothing about black people being indigenous. Y'all conflating black people being indigenous with white people being slaves. And y'all laughing about it. Like, he's not laughing with y'all. He's laughing at this damn picture of white people being slaves. Not black people being indigenous. I told y'all Pan-Africa is real slow, bro.
I have a really strong question for you in particular. And after hearing a lot of the stuff that we talked about today, number one, the first, have you heard these claims before? But number two, as someone, just to set this up in your positionality as a person who is from the Caribbean or has ancestry in the Caribbean, how do you handle and respond to these particular arguments as a black man living this experience, as a black man that's grounded in the Caribbean? How do you combat these things that people are saying, books that are being written like this, the narratives that are being shared that rip apart the history of the diaspora? Like, how do you handle that in your paradigm, especially as someone who is a professor and who has to live in these spaces that are, again, grounded in white supremacy?
So, I mean, I think two things. One, some of them, some of these types of questions, Irish slavery or what about kind of framings come up often in a lot of different spaces. Most of my, until I started working in museums, I was in education, right? I was in teacher education. So preparing teachers and working with teachers and students and whatnot. And, my disposition is always to listen and understand somebody's point. But if they want to learn, if they're trying to understand and they're curious, they've heard something. So, if they're coming from a genuine place of curiosity, I'll always engage, right? Always engage and inform as best I can, point in directions to understand how you critique or assess information and spurious claims. But if somebody is coming just to hear themselves talk, or, I've given presentations before where somebody wanted to ask a question just to hear themselves say, about what about Irish slavery? What about the role of some of the other ones.
He throwing shade at Tika and Shaka. Y'all just want to listen to yourselves talk. Y'all was so long-winded. He literally throwing shade at Tika and Shaka. And they still ain't going to read the room. I'm glad you posted this, Shaka. I'm glad you did.
Well, that's the one that comes to mind often. Or not just Irish slavery, but the idea of weren't we all just, everybody was treated bad, so why do we have to distinguish it, right? Or which was worse?
And look, y'all see how they not bringing up black, indigenous, or Irish slaves and black people being indigenous. You notice he never bring up anything about black people being indigenous. The only people that was throwing that shit up was them paying goofies, but they didn't entertain it at all. Why? It's not because it's not true. It's because it is true. But they funnel in with this goddamn white slavery shit. They doubling down on it for a reason. So I don't know what the hell y'all goal was, but y'all lost the goal here. We lost the vision. We lost y'all vision, Pan-Africans, because their vision is different from yours.
Worse, the Holocaust or slavery, right? Those type of arguments, which to me always have a particular, that person generally has their decision already made. And so, what's worth my time, really, right? What's worth my energy? The educator in me is always wanting to help somebody, right? But if they're not wanting to engage, it takes, I thank them for their question and move on. But, engaging in arguments or back and forth, it's if I feel somebody is really, curious or they've never encountered, what the evidence shows, welcome. Let's have a conversation if that's what they want to have. But if they're trying to hear themselves, then it comes up time and time again. I will say one of the things that, not about kind of conspiracies, but just as as someone who is Black and kind of engaging with this work, one of the things that I'd even written about once of understanding how slavery and the slave trade took place on the continent itself, right, on the African side, how the trade kind of operated, right, who was involved, the differing kingdoms, the differing traders. One of the things that you kind of have to sit with is the fact that Africans were very much involved in the trade, right? And I say that in that framing of you have to sit with it, right? This is not to excuse the perpetrators of the trade by any stretch, right? The Europeans and Americans who were the ones kind of demanding the trade, but you have to sit with the fact of who's actually delivering the slaves to the port, who's bringing them over land or over a river to those ports, who's capturing them for the trade. And there's also resistance that happened on the continent, right? There was pushback. There was resistance against other African kingdoms. There was. It's not a single story on the continent, and I think that's something to really kind of sit with, right, and kind of wrestle with and understand, and not to say, oh, it's not understand is something that we can understand, just like it's for.
How the fuck you got this picture up here? God damn. Hold on, I can't have this picture up here. I'm sorry, I gotta skip ahead. They had this picture up here for, man, what the fuck? From 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Nigga, almost 10 minutes they had that fucking picture up there. So y'all gonna have to watch that on your own accord, because I ain't trying to get this video taken down.
Resembled Africans because, or are there indigenous people that may have resembled Africans? Anyone can answer.
Well, I suppose it's theoretically possible, but
is there evidence? Excuse me, that's what he wants to say.
I mean, I think the sources make it clear in almost every case what the origin or what the background of an individual is. And I don't see any evidence of indigenous peoples being mistaken for African.
Yeah.
He said he didn't see any. And he said there's plenty. He just said it's possible. So guess what he's literally saying? What he just say? The man just literally just said, I don't fucking know. He literally just said, I don't know. And he haven't came across the sources. He haven't even looked at the sources yet. But we got him. And Shaka trying to play fucking games here. But it's cool. It's cool. We got you, Shaka.
Same.
Yeah.
We got you, Shaka.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Don't see any other questions. Ask if they look like you, Idris Elba. Man, that gets. That gets. Let's see. So some of the individuals that had questions or said that we were asking questions to fit our narratives are quiet now in the comments. I apologize for the dead air, but yeah, I can ask him about. Okay, here we go. Ask him about Melanesian DNA and Papuans.
And the nigga was just making fun of me because I said coercion wrong. I said coerce, and the nigga can't even say this shit right. So just for shits and giggles, nigga, let's put you up here fucking up a word.
That gets.
Yeah.
That gets.
Yeah.
Let's see. So some of the individuals that had questions or said that we were asking questions to fit our narrative. Ask him about Melanesian DNA and Papuans.
Yeah, nigga. Yeah, you goofy bitch. Yeah. Yeah, how you like that? How you like that? Yeah, bitch ass nigga.
In America, 10,000 years old.
And they asking him about genetics. The man said he's not a geneticist.
They look like black poodle. I don't know what that is, but let me look like black people. Okay. Ask him about Melanesian DNA and Papuans in America.
Papua New Guineans.
Nigga, you couldn't say Papua New Guineans? And you getting on me about coercion. This nigga a real bitch, man. He a bitch made ass nigga, bro.
Is that what he was trying to spell? Lord,
yeah, Papua New Guineans.
Yep.
All right, can you answer that question? Ask him about Melanesian DNA and Papua New Guineans in America, 10,000 years old. They look like black people. Have you guys been privy to this information?
No, they ain't came across shit like
to me.
Yeah, they weren't.
It's new news to them. They don't look into shit like this, y'all. You are fucking dumb. Y'all keep asking them about black people being indigenous or if they came across any information. Dude, they're not looking into information like that. Their expertise is the African slave trade. This is why this interview isn't great when it comes down to black people being indigenous. Well, you need to interview real geneticists about this shit, or real archaeologists, or real anthropologists, or craniologists. You need to interview those people, not so motherfuckers that specialize in data and data entry to a slave voyage website. Y'all asking these people the wrong questions. And I know David thinks y'all are fucking stupid. I would think, if I was David, I would think y'all was stupid.
Never heard them being in America.
Right.
America. No.
Okay.
And the most important part, I'm certain.
Evidence, I guess. Let's see. Does Mr. Eltis know the recent interview he did with, no, we already went through that, bro. You late.
I just want to skip to a part
because it's like I said, it's a lot of young brothers and sisters really receive site for at least 30 minutes.
That this information didn't just live only for historians.
That's really it's powerful, and then the way you put it is powerful. So I really appreciate what you guys have done, and it's an honor to be able to be on the same panel with you guys talking to you.
All right, enough of this shit, bitch ass nigga. Okay, all right, the panels is open. If y'all want to get up here. If y'all want to talk about this shit, we can. But that shit right there, I hope y'all understood the whole lesson tonight. The whole lesson at hand. That these Pan-Africans are stupid. They don't know what the fuck they were doing. They're asking somebody who is not a geneticist, an archaeologist, anthropologist, questions. And when he's not even in that field. And the man kept saying, I have not came across that information. It's a possibility. I have not came across that information. I didn't read anything about that. He's literally telling you, I don't know. You can't force somebody to acknowledge something that they never even looked into. Y'all going down bad. I swear, y'all going down bad tonight. Y'all going down bad. So if anybody is there anybody trying to get on this panel? If not, we finna put this shit back up. I'm gonna let the shit play out. Going once, going twice. You requested. Who requested? I don't see nobody request. Nobody didn't request.
No damn boats. Ain't no damn boats. That's what they hate me for, because I call them out every time about them boats. Ain't no use of going no further with this conversation if you can't bring me no damn boat.
And then another thing he said was, what the fuck did he say, bro? Now I just lost my train of thought. Oh, he said that the Africans, they were accounted for and they knew their names. So if they knew the names, if we come from those people, we should be able to track our genealogy back to those certain people that came from Africa. And he said they had Muslim names as well.
He said majority of them was Muslim names. I think, I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that sounds right, but we should be able to track our people back to, and none of us can do that shit. So. Yeah, they lost bad today again.
Yeah, this was overkill.
They never got tested. There's nobody in Africa test themselves.
And he said that too. He did shed some light on that too. He said that they got very little DNA from Africa. So like, come on, man.
Oh yeah, he
y'all
said
testing modern Africans.
They said barely. Yeah, that DNA testing barely had. She was so disappointed. Like it barely shows you anything. And not only that too, I also wanted to add damn, cause I know I already added the slave trade boats, right? It wasn't even for slave trade. They were just moving around with it.
Yep, they was just, to me, they just sending goods over here for us.
Yeah, that's
cargo ships.
Yeah.
Cargo ships.
That's what they were doing.
Exactly. So I was like, yo, what are we doing here? She was so disappointed. She was like, I got family from Benin. I got family from DNA from this. And he looked at her, he like, that barely beats nothing. He said in 20 years, hopefully it gets better. You know why he said that? Because he's not going to be with us anymore. They're not going to ask him stupid questions. That's why he said that. He was looking so disappointed. He's like, yo, hopefully in 20 years you get your answer. Yeah, shit, like, yo.
He like, I ain't got too much longer, so I might well give y'all the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I can't take it with me. So what y'all gonna do with it?
The most,
there it is.
The thing out of all of this, right
there you go.
The thing out of all of this is how unoriginal they are. Like, y'all supposed to be these researchers. You can't think of anybody to interview on your own. Like, they follow behind us on everything. Everything about history they learned from us, because they sit there and wait for us to put out documents for them to go over it. We do stuff.
If you notice, right behind Prophet, if you notice, when they was asking questions, like their first questions was good questions, but once they didn't get the answer they like, it became more long-winded. Like, yo, it took Shaka like 30 minutes just to ask her if the slave trade was in reverse.
They
what we call that? Fully loaded questions.
They was using interrogation tactics on his ass. You trying to make this man say something. Then another thing I found that was weird was they didn't really want to talk about the intra-American slave trade. They just brushed over that shit. And that's a big part of the history of, on top of him making the Slave Voyages website. I feel like that was a big thing that they should have touched on, but they were so focused on trying to debunk what we said when he actually agreed with us, if you actually listen to what he was saying.
Right. And then
David he was to make them talk about it. That's why he brought it up.
And not only that, even in the first interview he had with a Jamaican brother, he said the Europeans barely influenced the trade in Africa. Y'all can review back. He said barely, meaning nothing. They already was doing their thing. It was doing their thing. That's it. Before the colonization.
That boy teacher, he very, very careful with his words though. Like, if you look at him, he being very, very careful with what it is that he's saying and how he gonna say it, because he good at pivoting and actually asking fully loaded questions, so he don't get no like direct response. So it's like, don't nobody understand your damn question, let alone like his answer. Because like, if you ask me something like that and I'm looking at you, I'm just gonna nod my head and be like, all right, I don't know what I'm saying. That's exactly what the man did. The man
and he
like,
also
okay, and what else happened? He basically like asking him, okay, and then what else happened after that? Because it's like, nobody understands what the hell just came out your
One
mouth.
point I wanted to make up is when they started talking about, when they played the clip from Top Cat's video when they was talking about the Civil War, and he was talking about only 1% of the people was Africans. Then who else was it? Who else? Like, instead of them asking, okay, you said that it was only 1% of the people, so who was the rest of the other people? If you saying, I mean, because they always say that it was Africans, man, we was fighting. Who else was this invisible population? What else? Who is the rest of the people? They not asking the right questions. Like, this another question I would have asked him, because on his website he got all of these voyages happening, but I wanted to ask, and I actually had a few questions, to be honest. During the voyages that he got on his website, I would have asked, did all of these voyages include people, or was this just cargo that was being shipped back and forth, or was this just products? Because they talked about that in a little bit of the sense when he started talking about goods and products being used to make makeup and all of these different things. So I was hoping they would have broke down there. And then when he talked about, he never said they had records. When he talked about his numbers, he said they got 1,700 sources. Now we know the sources is books, right? So he never said they had records of all these millions of people being shipped back and forth. He never said that.
He sure didn't. He said it was just goods. Just doing it in a trade. That's all they was doing.
It's true, because you can go on.
He told it straight up.
You can go on and find, because so many of them always use the Clotilda. That is their go-to, right? You go and get that manifest, that ship manifest, and when you bring that ship manifest up and look at the cargo on the Clotilda, it is bread, it is lumber, it is meat, it is something else, but it's not people. And it only went to St. Thomas, the Virgin Islands, the actual ship manifest for the Clotilda.
Sugar, salt.
Yep. It's just, and it says to the market, and it shows where it went and the car and the stuff that it picked up. It's not people. So why are we still using or allowing them to use the Clotilda as their evidence as the last slave ship? And it didn't even go to Africa. It only went as far as St. Thomas, the Virgin Islands.
No, that's correct, sister. I also wanted to quote him. He said, when his documents, he said the voltage is not as accurate, so that it can still be useful. I don't know what that means. That sounds really, really crazy.
That man said there is 1,007 sources. I think he said only 2% are primary sources. Either he said 2% or 2/3 are primary sources.
Yeah.
So,
Wait, hold on. You said what? What'd you say?
he said there was 1,007 sources. He said only 2%, either 2% or 2/3 were primary sources.
That's exactly what did he say. Look, private. Did he say? Some sources they don't use because they never. I don't know if he said if they were no good or they're not accurate, but he still told them to use it as a source anyway. What?
And that you might have to play that 1% back again, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
And that's true, because a lot of those ships, if you go research the ships, those ships were fake ships.
Yeah, he said it was useless. He even said it was useless. I mean, they just used it one time and boom. And then, like I said, if you look at it, it was more like it was more like employees. Like the slaves were more employees. It was just one or two. Like they're not carrying a bolo. So.
Like some of those boats didn't even exist. Some of those boats didn't exist. They were like making up names of boats.
And please clip that 1% part. That's right there gonna go viral. Please clip that.
Didn't he say you can find the name in the British
archives? I'm uploading
too?
everything to YouTube tonight.
All right, man, I'm on that after you upload it. But didn't he say the British, you can find the names of the African names in there in the British archives or something like that? He said he can find them. I think the British is the only ones so they can find. There y'all go.
It was on his website, on the Slave Voice website, on the data spreadsheet.
Yeah, so there y'all go, Africans, and y'all can find y'all names, which I doubt it. There y'all go. I don't want to hear it no more.
Look, the thing I don't understand, right, is that he said you shouldn't be looking for the ships. Go ahead.
Before y'all go, I do want to make so what's today's date? The 15th. So on the 17th, I do want to make a funeral for these these boats, because RIP to the boats tonight. Anybody
going on tonight?
You already know what I'm doing tonight. Where them boats at? Where them boats at?
It's official RIP.
Tell me one lie. Tell me two
I don't
lies.
understand is that he said you shouldn't be looking for the ships because the ships were later on modified and they were changed and this and this and this. So don't look. But aren't you the one that created slave voyages where you have the ship names, the captain's logs and all that? I'm not understanding, like, how does this make sense? Was he just taking this information from the sources that he got and said that this is what these sources say, or does he know anything himself? Is he just extracting it from whatever random sources he's getting, or does he actually know about this?
See, that's the issue.
Does that make sense?
That's the issue right there. It ain't so much about where these ships at. It's where the primary sources. Where y'all getting this information from if they don't exist?
They don't have it. They don't have it. So what they doing is they following behind what it is that we got, and they want to try to debunk everything. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got no source. They can't prove themselves that they from Africa. They can't even prove that.
This slave Davis, whatever his name is, where are you getting these? They don't exist. So where are you getting these ships records from? When most of them don't exist. What you said? The oldest records are when the 18 or 1700s or something like that.
19th century. That what he said.
19th century.
Yeah.
So where you getting these
19th century.
We also gotta remember, he said a lot of these older.
I'm gonna drop let Historic Foundation come up. I'm gonna let him come up. I want him to talk, man. I want him to talk about this.
Why he
Let's get him to come up. Come on,
he said he was gonna come up.
Let's get him.
Before he comes on and
there you go. I see him.
Where
so
he
also said it was he also said it was black owners.
He not gonna come up here. He's scared. He's scared of us. We're the big dogs over here. He ain't gonna come up. By the way, he said he wanted to show us that Clotilda was a federal case. So can he come up here and show that Clotilda went into like in a federal court? Can we see that? I would love to see that. Can somebody? Can he come show that?
I just find it funny how this ship crashed with slaves and they was able to build a whole settlement in the middle of slavery.
With that little piece of boat.
This story is so
With that little
Oh,
fishing
he
boat.
said,
That
look,
little fishing boat.
it's crazy, right? Because when he got to talking about the steamboats, I'm like, nigga, the ones in New Orleans, that's the one you talking about? Like the ones that take people on tours, the ones that didn't get invented till 1850. So we know for a fact y'all didn't have no steamboats. Yo, when this dude said there is no such thing as a slave ship, that he can't tell you what they look like, that blew me. Cause he was like wood didn't last that long. So how y'all on the boat all of these months and you just said that the boats ain't last that long? You just said
The only boat. The only boat they could have did that on was
I can't remember what he said exactly. He said, and then he said they was making modifications to the boats while they was riding in them. What?
In mid-ocean.
Man, what?
So they put copper on the bottom of some type of metal. They said they would put it at the bottom, so they had scuba divers.
I said, man, what?
The other thing too, y'all not even saying the part where he said a lot of them was black owners of these ships.
That's what I wanted to bring up too. That's true because they back in the day they said that black people the white people was the slave to the black people. How y'all heard about that?
That's where they get that. That's where they get their 3/5 of a man. I guess that's where that come from. Is it? Part like sound like they kind of hungry to me.
This is something I got a lot. You know, like y'all know the white tea caps a lot, but they was right when they say $1 a day can feed these Africans because they be hungry. It says like half thirds. They was eating their own people. You feel me? They have. You see. He said it was 1 or 2 people on the boat. The reason why the third person didn't make it because they was eating them. That's why the third person didn't make it.
And who?
I ain't want to say it. I ain't want to say it.
This man said that the crew was black too. So hold on. So the crew black too. So let me get this straight.
Oh man.
So the owners was black.
Yep.
The crew was black.
Yep.
And the slaves is black. So the whole ship just black. That's what you saying?
Black on black on black on black.
I said, man,
that's
what?
a game.
He also said too. He said it's the slave thing. You know, the boat riding. It was a universal thing. It wasn't only Africa. Everybody was doing it, and I think people miss that. Even the Americas, they want to just get that part. He said it was universal. People was on the cargo boats moving around. So
Yeah,
now
when they try to talk about the Pacific slave trade, they skipped over that shit too.
Exactly. Yes, correct. So I even put my notes. Like I said, I do believe, I'm just adding just commentary. I believe it was, even though he said it was only 2 people on the boat, I believe it was 3, but they just ate them. So he just made it 2 because they was hungry. So they ate their own people.
How they wash the food off?
Not washing, they just eating it like that. Look, that's nasty. Maybe they scooped some water out the water they was selling in.
Nah, they waited till they got to the Americas to drink that pure water because they know they wasn't getting that pure water in Africa. They know, hey, that water is good. I'm not gonna last too long with that nasty water. I gotta wait until we get to the Americas.
Oh, you ain't lying.
I would have gave them some kind of credit. They would have said, okay, it was an art. But we already know what the art was.
We know the truth.
You know what I'm saying? Made of. Yeah, we know the truth. So it's roll the floor, roll the
I
blood.
got a question. Remember when they did? I kind of came in kind of late because me and Naturalism was on the phone. But when I got in here, I heard you say, Nat, that they was up there talking about black people being here 20,000 to 30,000 years ago. So can you expound on what they was talking about?
Yo, when they was talking about black people being in America, when they asked him the initial question, he said everybody came from black people. Then he brought up the evolutionary theory. and he said black people had to cross here 20 to 30,000 years ago. Then the professor right under him said that the indigenous people didn't call themselves black. They called themselves by whatever names they wanted, and names changes over time. So he literally said they're not Africans. He equated them to black and that they changed.
So what was their response to that? Did they say something back to him?
No, but now that's what what happened, sister.
Look at
After
my
they
face.
said that,
This is what they did.
Wait, what?
Next
but that's their question got stupid. Their question got stupider after that happened. You notice that their question got stupider after they didn't hear that response. It's like their IQ dropped, and
because they knew. Yeah. They knew if they would have asked what he mean by black. He said black because he was trying to throw him a little hint, because you gonna ask him to distinguish the two. He letting you know there's a difference, because if he could have easily said African, because y'all been saying African all night.
And they got to understand,
So he was like,
America was here
black.
longer than Africa. That's what they don't understand.
Oh, I got a question right quick. Okay. So when he talked about the people being black people, like, were they asking him in regards to North America, or like he was just saying the Americas as a whole?
Exhibition style, as far as I know, that is.
The Americas as a whole.
Okay.
That's when that's how I took it. Maybe teaching was maybe he was talking about North America, but I think David was talking about the Americas period.
Who asked him the question? Teaching. Okay, and look, so was he going based off the 1% of Africans he seen came here, or what? Did it go based off record?
They was talking about that way before they even brought that up.
They didn't ask him for no evidence about the 20 to 30,000 years.
Nope. He just said next question.
Next time y'all see a teacher, can y'all please ask him to elaborate on how can we turn 1% into 42 million so-called black Americans in America? I'm just using that misnomer. We need numbers.
He said 15%.
He unalived the whole thing by saying 1%. He unalived it, because if it was 400,000, it would have been more believable. With 40,000, that's 10 times the population size. He messed up by saying that. He said less than 1%, I think. 1% or less.
Yep.
Ooh, that's even worse.
He did say 15% in the Caribbeans. So they know they were trafficking people from the Caribbeans to North America, and that's still a low percentage. So ain't no way that low percentage made 3.8 million black Americans in America. Ain't no way.
Exactly. And the thing y'all gotta understand, like his age, he didn't even care. He was like, let me spill the beans. But once they started getting stupid, you could tell he like, all right, I'm just gonna give them what the answer that they want. They was too long-winded. He was falling asleep at the end. You could tell the interview just went downhill. It just got worse and worse and worse.
I was watching him, and he looked puzzled by a lot of their questions.
I'm trying to tell you. And then they went to name dropping. When they called out Top, I was like, what? You gonna call out Big Cat?
I like what so they added the thing I don't respect Pan-Africans is that they added their emotions into this interview. They said a lot of our people, no, just give truthful information, give direct questions, and just moved on, even if you don't like the answer or not. And it's crazy how he couldn't even give a direct, because you know when they were like, yo, was the slave trade told in reverse? You should have been like, yo, was some of these people in the native Africans or whatever you want to describe them as, were they getting shipped all the way to Africa? That's it. Keep it plain and simple. Or the indigenous people getting shipped to Africa.
I believe Shaka didn't even know.
Scared to ask that question. I was waiting on that question too.
I don't think Shaka knew. I think he was just saying shit.
I think he was trying to be funny, but at the same time, though, he gonna get a response from Dane, because I feel like he was trying to like shoot at his pockets. He was talking, so he making millions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? He brought up the man book and everything like that. Yeah, you gonna get a response from Dane. Shaka, just hold tight.
David, I think he did a great job. He kind of shot down a lot of them, especially that Jamaican sister, where Nigerian stuff. So I think he did a good job. I just didn't like what the Pan Africans did at the end. I liked the interview at the beginning. At the end I didn't like, but I land my plane.
I ain't gonna lie, the interview was good because it gave us a lot of information that we was missing, and we got it from the owner himself.
Yes, that's what I was excited about also. I learned a lot. I've been watching the whole time.
They swear, we did it first. SlaveVoyages.org is the main source that they use for all their talking points. And with that guy destroying his own sources, that's horrible. If he's the creator of that org, of that SlaveVoyages.org, and he just pretty much corrupted his own words and went against what he put down, and I don't know how to explain that, but he just destroyed his legacy, in my opinion.
Man, that man don't care. He's on his last leg. He said, "Here, I'm gonna give y'all the truth. Y'all like it or not." You feel me?
What it does for us in it.
I want to see Big Cat interview now because I ain't even seen Big Cat for an interview, but that little clip it that he pulled up to try to like catch him in his words and everything like that. Phew, that was pressure.
Yo, hot boy, you missed it. The first one was good too, though. The first one was good too.
I didn't catch the first one.
Yeah, what he did with the Jamaican guy, he even said, he was like, yo, the Europeans did not influence the African, barely none. They just telling you that these booty scratchers been doing that for forever, bro.
For those of y'all that want to watch the interview without my commentary, this is the channel. This is Shaka shit right here. It's called We Are More Than Black. He spelled the word more as in MOOR, and it says then black. And that
says a lot right there.
Yeah, but he's not a Moor though. This is I already checked him on it, so it's dumb. It's kind of dumb. But but there go the title right there. It got 260 views. It was streamed 7 hours ago. So if you want to go look at that, there it is right there. What, baby? It says a firecracker also.
So I want to know what they gotta say now.
Oh yeah, y'all tune in for the late night show, cause oh yeah,
I'm waiting. Come on in.
Get him. I'm finna get him. I'm gonna leave the door wide open, man.
Yeah, we need Shaka in here, cause look, this was his shit. We got some questions like, why ain't y'all research pay attention to exactly what this man was saying? It's like y'all just became Stevie Wonder, like y'all became deaf and shit when he was giving y'all different answers that y'all didn't want. Oh yeah, and this is my YouTube channel if y'all want to watch the recap, like rewatch this whole live. I gotta put it together and everything, but this is the channel where it's gonna be on. It's gonna be Achieve Natural. So go over there to subscribe to that if y'all want to watch the rerun.
I just looked it up my damn. I just subscribed. You got like what 2.82?
Yep. Yep, on the
back.
Screenshot.
I just thought about something, man, because like they did this thing wrong, and I got some ideas. You got your email address in there too, right?
I think it is. I'm not sure. It should be. No, it's not. But you could DM me on TikTok though. I always respond. Or unless you,
I feel like
I'll send it to you directly.
We want to link up pretty soon on some other stuff though, because whenever I talk about America, because like when I do my podcast, whenever I speak about things over here, I'm gonna need someone that's knowledgeable about America and aspects. You dig what I'm saying? That knows how to articulate themselves and know how to ask certain kind of questions to certain groups of people. No, I'm gonna start it pretty soon. I'm getting everything worked up.
Is this I'm looking for the name, but I can't. I know the voice, but you used to go by an older name. What is your name?
I am him.
I know who you is, but I can't remember what your old name used to be. Damn, what your old name used to be?
Big name.
Damn, I can't think of what your old name used to be. Shit. All right, I'm gonna think of it. Give it a minute. Rachel.
The one and only.
Rachel, that's your name.
The one and only.
Yeah. Okay.
I know that old man. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate him doing what he did. He might not be
Now that
there
would
for
fall
another
into
interview.
the American Indians, because we know that the American Indians, such as laws like the 1740 Act passed after the Stono Rebellion in 1739, the Stono Indians in South Carolina, which later they made it into an African story, but actually there's a nation called the Stono Indians who battled for that port of Charleston since before the arrival of the Goose Creek men. They actually battled for their territory, the Stono Indians. Yeah, the Stono River there, and that rebellion was actually them. If we go into the original document of the 1740, I think it was Article 2 or 4, it speaks about the law was passed because of the Indians, the Stono Rebellion. But
well, Chief, can I add on to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because that law was passed. It's called the 1740 Act, but that was the last part of it that started in the 1660s in Barbados, which was referred to as the Act for the Better Ordering of Slaves. Now, in this document, they mention American Indians. In fact, they say Indians, and they do not mention Africans at all or that terminology. And there was a series of acts with that. It was a Bayesian planter who had gone to South Carolina or to the Carolinas area at that time and was discussing what to do with the population of people there, specifically the hostiles or the American Indians. But what we see, we can really say the 1500s in La Florida, when the Spanish missionaries were dealing with the Calusa Empire, the Mocama chiefdom, the Timapuas, and those missionaries couldn't get a footing of their settlement. And so what they did was send a lot of those Indians down to Cuba because it's a straight shot there. They sent them to the Caribbean as well. But when you get into the 1600s, and you mentioned this earlier, you have a very long list. From 1611, you can go to the Powhatan's War when Ope-Chacano and the Virginia merchants were like, no, we have to get rid of these Indians, and they sent them where? To Barbados. Then you have the 1630s, the Pequot Wars, where they sent them in the Narragansett down to Barbados. There were a lot of acts and legislation during that time that are in the books of Massachusetts that speak about that. And if you can pull up one of the slides, they have that. Metacon wrote a speech in 1675 about he not wanting to go to, or any of his people being sent to Barbados anymore. They were scattered throughout the Caribbean. So those 20 and odd Negroes, what ethnicity would be?
In your terms, Professor.
To go back to what I was saying a few minutes ago, I've yet to find a case anywhere of a European enslaved to the extent that the offspring of that European was also enslaved.
I agree with that.
Well, I have a question about that. Honestly, what was the 1709 Act in Boston where they wanted to bring in quote-unquote white servants, and there was some legislation and talk about that?
Right.
Well, the reason why I say that is because the Bacon's Rebellion, is that where you're going with it, Professor? The Bacon Rebellion would end that indentured servitude and European with Native Bacon?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there were indigenous people shipped to the Caribbean, especially in the first century and a half after European contact, and they were certainly enslaved, but haven't found any evidence of this that individuals from Europe were ever in a situation where their servitude was permanent and the offspring of their were also enslaved. And that's what makes African slavery different.
Can I ask a question on that as well? Sure. I understand the difference as far as the indentured servants and them having a difference between the ones that are enslaved. But if we go back to the methodology of your actual slave voyages, would you be able to tell the difference of just the voyage in itself to know what ships are carrying indentured servants based on? I know we can tell later as far as the extent of their servitude and the condition by the mother, but when you're just starting off with the voyage coming over, how can you tell whether this is a group of servants being brought over or slaves?
Good question.
Well, this, I don't know if you know the work of David Galenson, who's did a couple of books on this topic, but there is no doubt that there are a large number of voyages coming from the UK and Ireland especially, but in no instance do we have clear indication that the people on board were permanently enslaved. This is a status which, in my research, is reserved entirely for Africans.
That wasn't a belief system or a legal practice for the English. And in fact, they wrote it in the law. Dulcie, would you mind pulling up the commentaries on the laws of England? So this is one of the, I guess one of the questions I had as well, because what I would say is if today, if I look back at someone's writings from whatever time period, and they write what they see, they write what they experience, and then if I come 300 years later and say, well, that person could not have meant that. If I were to read my own writing, I wouldn't know what to take from that, because number one, it's a primary source. So right here, this is the chapter in the book where they're talking about master and servant, and they're basically describing the four relationships that exist. So the first one is literally the master and the servant. The second is the husband and the wife.
Right.
The third is the parent and the child, and the fourth is the guardian and the ward. Now, if you go to the next page, if you look at the very first sentence of the page, it says, as to the several sorts of servant, I have formerly observed that the pure and proper slavery does not, nay, cannot subsist in England. Such I mean, whereby an absolute and unlimited power is given to the master over the life and fortune of the slave. Indeed, it is repugnant to reason and the principles of natural law that such a state should subsist anywhere. So this is the belief. Now this guy, William Blackstone, he grew up an orphan. Both his parents died. They were a part of those religious persecutions or whatnot. He graduated from Oxford at like 12 or 16 years old. He never set foot in a courtroom in his life. He just studied it, he taught it, he learned from others. And this book right here is quoted as the most important legal book on English law. So I guess my question would be, when we're defining what a slave is, there's a definition and an understanding that they had back then, but then we have an understanding of today. And if you look down at the bottom, where the red line is at the bottom, it says, but secondly, it is said that slavery may begin jure civile, when one man sells himself to another. This only if meant of contracts to serve or work for another is very just. But when applied to strict slavery in the sense of the laws of old Roman or modern Barbary, is also impossible. So if you go back earlier in the book as well, they talked about how, and this is a very long book, it's like 1,500 pages. It took me a while to get through it all, from the people that were before them. And the decision that they made was, we're not going to perform absolute almighty slavery, because when someone does not have control over their life, they're more prone to rebel. And that was the reason why they made that decision to not have outright slavery. So the way I see it today, and this is just my personal perspective, everyone has their own perspective on the panel, but when I see someone who publishes this book and then fast forward to March 22nd, 1775, Edmund Burke gave a speech to a parliamentary in Europe. It said, I have been told by an eminent bookseller that in no branch of his business have the tracts of popular devotion were so many books as those of the law exported to the plantations. The colonists have now fallen into the way of printing them for their own use. I hear that they have sold nearly as many books of Blackstone commentaries in America as in England. Now, if you think about how big England was at that time, they had quite a few countries underneath their wing, and there were clearly more people in England than there was over here. but they sold just as many books, and one of the reasons why is because the people the colonists over here didn't understand the law. And once they read this particular book, you start to see more petitions submitted. So for example, the same year the 1765 Stamp Act came out. Because of this book, they were able to file a proper rejection, and that's when they rejected the Stamp Act, because they didn't want to pay all of those taxes, which hence the phrase taxation without representation comes from. So you start to see a lot of, we'll call it structure, come within the colony. This is the one that was published by Chancellor Kent, where they adopted literally the same exact model that William Blackstone laid out in his commentaries, where these are the 3 ways you can become a slave. They adopted the same model coming up into the antebellum years. Let's say, for example, if you were a husband and you have a wife, you have a contract. Your wife is your servant. Your wife is your slave. Not in the sense of how we look at it today, but from a standpoint of a legal position, your wife, your kids, they were your slaves. So yeah, here's Chancellor Kent's commentaries. So he wrote this book in like 1832, but he did an interview with a guy who was a military official. His name was Asa King. So they kind of broke the book down in a Q&A perspective, if you will. And the second question says, how, according to the Institutes of Justinian, might a person become a slave? In 3 ways. By birth of your mother, who was a slave. How do you become a slave? Through indentured servitude. Number 2, captivity or war. And number 3, by the voluntary sale.
Okay, but I don't see anything in that which contradicts what I just what I said before.
Well, if you sell yourself, you have to sign the contract.
Well, yes. So you're giving up your life's labor.
Right.
But that's not the same thing as chattel slavery. Chattel slavery means that not only you but your descendants are also slaves. And I, as I said a few minutes ago, I don't find any case at all in any part of the Americas where a European not only became subject to lifetime servitude, but also had the basic problem that any subsequent offspring would also be in the same status. That that's what chattel slavery means to me.
Okay, so I agree with you on that, Dave. So the people who are the chattel slavery is upon, in my search, in my research, will be the indigenous people of America.
Yeah, that's for sure. 4
million people that are speaking about during the time of the Civil War, 1866, the 14th Amendment, which Trump is using right now as his primary. He's using the 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship. 4 million people, as he said, it was to women and children of slaves. So I don't think that would include the European, because in my family slave schedules, my grandfather, his family came from Switzerland back in the 1700s, but he married a Cherokee Indian. Now the Cherokee Indian is his wife, but she is listed as his slave, and their son is listed as the slave as well. But he being of European stock, he's not. So that takes me also in the writing, in that legislation, it was written that it was for Indians not taxed, or Indians who basically left their tribe and became U.S. citizens. So, and it also made sure that it said that the aliens were not included, the illegals, which would be considered the African in the situation, because in America, not until 1870, the Africans get ability to even own land or anything like this. So this would have to be talking about the indigenous people of America.
Right.
Say to that.
Yeah. So I agree.
Yes, sir.
Now that's how you.
Whether we like it or not, the era of.
Nobody want to hear that. Now that's how you do an interview. That's how you do a fucking real interview right there. It was professional. He wasn't being biased. Top Cats wasn't being biased. They were just spitting a little history, and they was actually giving sources compared to what teaching were doing. So yeah, I cannot wait to watch that full interview. I don't know when Top Cat's gonna drop the full interview, but I cannot wait to watch it.
Me too. I want to see it too, the full interview.
And we're gonna recap the whole thing.
We just talked to him yesterday and got his live, and he said that it's coming out real soon.
That's good. And we're gonna do a little show over here once he drops it. Of course, when Top Cat do his premiere, then we're gonna go back behind and do it for the people that missed.
Yeah, he said he got a little yacht party that he finna, you know what I'm saying, hit up, and they finna celebrate and everything for all their accomplishments and all that. So it's definitely gonna be lit though. I can't wait to hear what these FBAs got to say. Yeah.
Nah, I don't want to interview him. Like after what Top Cat did and teaching, I don't want to be a part of that. I'm gonna try to interview somebody new. I want to interview an anthropologist that talks about black people being indigenous to this land.
Yeah, that would be good. Either anthropologist or Smithsonian. It'd be hard to find one that actually like sit down and talk with us, especially about certain information when it comes to the bones when we asked about the out of Africa and out of America.
One that deal with genetics too. I got a couple of them already. I got their emails. I got all this shit. I'm just waiting for the proper time. For myself to have the proper time. I didn't know you was up here. Put you on the big screen, bro.
Hey, what's up with the gang? Yeah, let me get this big screen real quick. I want to show y'all something on slavevoyages.com, right? So let me move this joint right here.
I'm gonna mute up for a second.
Alright, so look, you are going to go to Transatlantic right here, click on here, and you go to understanding the database, and this right here is going to pop up with all of these tabs right here to the left, right? Then you're going to go down to classifications as the transatlantic slave trade voyages, right? So look, it's some very key shit that's in here. This is why it's very important for you to personally go on here and read the site for yourself. And look who this is coming from. David Eltis himself. So this is his own words. So this ain't me in my own conjecture adding any words. This is his own words. And I want y'all to listen very careful. It's about to get hot. Now let's go. Give me a second. Now it says, one important problem slave trade researchers need to address is whether vessels bound for Africa in the sources are slaving vessels. I'm gonna read that again. One important problem slave trade researchers need to address is whether vessels bound for Africa in the sources are slaving vessels. As late as the end of the 17th century, slaves formed less than half of the trade value between the Atlantic world and Africa. What does that coincide with? Remember, I told y'all before, right? You only have a record of 8,285 people that actually embarked and got on a ship and came over here to America. That's how many records that they actually have, right? Now, this coincides with there was more produce on a lot of these ships than actual slaves coming over here to America. So I want y'all to keep that in mind. Now it says, many captains sailed to Africa to purchase gold, ivory, dyewoods, or spices. Numerous Navy vessels, troop transports, or store ships sailed from Lisbon. That's going to be so very key. Lisbon. Because this is a major stop. And if y'all have been at the round tables, y'all will know about the Sephardic Jewish and this Moorish connection between that port and Lisbon. You dig? Let's keep rocking though. It says, or store ships sail from Lisbon to Portuguese forts at Benguela or Luanda. And it says, and other European powers needed to supply their trading force as well. For most of the French, Portuguese, and Dutch voyages to Africa, researchers other than ourselves has made the decision on whether or not a ship was a slaver. So these people are literally making the decision, looking at primary documentation and saying that, well, We can't find no actual slaves on her, but we're gonna assume that it was slaves on these ships. Hence why you have to impute the numbers to get this so-called 12 million. Check. Let's keep rocking up, cause this shit gets it gets grimier. Let me see. It says we had to make the decision on whether or not a ship was a slaver. Though we have uncovered a few additional voyages from these nations where the object of the voyages remains unclear, it might be noted that records of the ship departures have typically survived better in historical record than records of ship arrivals. So again, remember he was talking about these so-called sources that he going to, right? And he talked about a book that was written in 1925, I believe. So he's using a book after the time of Reconstruction, you know, and the changing of a lot of this history to formulate this whole thing of slavery. This is why it's important for you to always go to the primary sources and go see what was actually happening at these times. See, the problem is David is not a geneticist. So a lot of them genetic questions they was asking him, it's oblivious to the conversation. He's not a geneticist. His research for the last 40 years has been what? In African slavery to America. Nothing other than that. So even on the Indian side, you can't expect him to know, you know, any of this Indian history because that's not his field of work. But let's keep going though. Now, it says, for many British and Portuguese voyages, however, we have had to make some hard decisions in determining whether vessels were slavers or non-slavers. For you slow people in the back who love to use slavevoyages.com, I'm going to read this shit again for y'all. For many British and Portuguese voyages, however, we have had to make some hard decisions in determining whether vessels were slavers or non-slavers. Many British and North American voyages returned to the port of origin after an interval of time during which a slave voyage could have taken place. But no information survives of the places of trade in Africa or the Americas. So again, they're showing you they have little to none evidence. They're going off a lot of fucking guesses and emotions with their attachment to this slave trade fucking narrative. Let me show y'all something. Let me go down a little bit. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Let me find this one spot. Okay, I'm gonna start right here. Let me see. Boom. Okay, it says, after 1680, many Portuguese voyages from Brazil show up in British records from Cape Coast castles, as well as Dutch records from El Menina, and that's in West Africa, basically. And in the 17th century, there is very good overlap between the licenses and the observations of the British observers on the movements of slave ships. We have made the decision to include these Baja, that's in America, / African voyages in the data set. So look, they're combining these two together. So these people that was in Baja, right? In America, right? They're counting these people as Africans, and they don't even know if these people are actually Africans or not. Check. Now dig this. It says, nevertheless, we do have a file of 1,400 Atlantic voyages. Now look, isn't that what David Eltis said in the interview? He said he didn't know the exact number off the top of his head, but it's 1,400 Atlantic voyages, right? That might have carried slaves, but for which we are awaiting additional evidence. The majority of these certainly sailed from Europe to the Caribbean and back again without sailing anywhere near Africa. Do I need to read it again for the slow people in the back? It says, nevertheless, we do have a file of 1,400 Atlantic slave voyages that might have carried slaves, but for which we are awaiting additional evidence. The majority of these certainly sailed from Europe to the Caribbean and then back again without sailing anywhere near Africa. But we cannot be absolutely certain, and we retain information on them for future use as necessary. These doubtfuls are troublesome, but their numbers compared to the voyages on which we are quite certain are not great. Whew. Bars over names, man. Look, I got one more thing I'm finna show y'all. Look, last paragraph right here, right? It says, there remains a question of produce ships, defined as ships that sail to Africa to trade for animal products, agricultural commodities, and minerals. We have identified 1,450 voyages that departed Africa without obtaining slaves. And remember, again, this is going from Europe to Africa. Europe to Africa, not America. You dig? So look, it says right here, without obtaining any slaves. In some cases, they carried supplies for European castles on the coast, but in the majority of instances, they traded for African produce before returning directly to Europe. In addition, there were always a few tenders each year that went to the coast to supply slaves for a larger ship, but did not themselves carry slaves across the Atlantic. I be goddamn. Watch this. To put the nail in the coffin, right? Check this out. This is David's own words. Check this out. Finally, not all voyages that crossed the Atlantic from Africa carried slaves. Generally, we have assumed that all such voyages were slaving voyages and have included in the dataset, though there is slight possibility that a few of the vessels traded at the produce markets on the coast. In summary, about 5% of the voyages included in the dataset lack information and about their activities after the voyages began. We nevertheless feel fairly confident that these were slaving voyages. We nevertheless feel fairly confident that these were slaving voyages. These niggas is playing a guessing game. Now look, this one thing I'm gonna say about David Eltis before I close out. They did a hell of a job, right? Going around the world to Britain, to all of these European jurisdictions, to the coastal West Africa, and they had got the actual primaries. So it should be no excuses for anybody crying about the numbers. Now look, as I just showed y'all, a lot of these ships were going from Europe to Africa, and I'm gonna give y'all an example. So look, when you go in this same section that I'm in, right? You're gonna go to this section right here called sources, right? And you're gonna have a couple tabs pop up, and you're gonna go down right here where it says an account of the ships employed in Africa trade from the ports of London and Bristol ships and cargoes, and the number of Negroes usually carried by the said ships. You're gonna copy this, right? And I want y'all to go put that in your search bar, and what's gonna pop up is this right here, right? It's gonna have a manifest. Ironic, don't this kind of look similar to the ones that, Natural pulled out? Oh, it's finna get grimy. Watch this. So look, we go to the manifest, right? I'll show y'all that this ain't no cap. This ain't me making this shit up. Now look, this is the most important thing to pay attention to. It says a list of ships employed in the trade to Africa from the ports of Bristol, the year 1749. I'm gonna say it again. A list of ships employed in the trade to Africa. To Africa. We going to Africa, right? But where they coming from? The port of Bristol, The year 1749, these people ain't even coming to fucking America, which coincides with what have I showed y'all on this slavevoyages.com. Some of these people were getting on a ship in Africa and getting their ass off a ship in another place in Africa. And these are a lot of the people that they are counting in this so-called trade as well. And I rest my motherfucking case.
Amaru will always come through with it, don't he?
Bars.
We knew that, and not only that, you all, a lot of these Africans don't really know who they are or where they actually come from, because they did big giant shuffles all around those territories, because remember, they weren't even countries. All of these countries now that are in Africa are 100 years old. They are less than the age of my great grandmother. These countries in Africa are colonies that these YTs created after 1880, after the Berlin Conference and the scramble for Africa happened. They didn't exist. And those people who are in these countries, Nigeria, Ghana, we all know about Sierra Leone and Liberia or Gambia, none of those countries existed. They were just territories and kingdoms, and they were into the slave trade back and forth, like he just said, from Europe to Africa, Africa to Europe, and they were taking them from one area of Africa to another area, shifting them around. And it wasn't until the borders were created to make these countries did these people become, we're Nigerian, we're Ghanaian, but a lot of them came from Central Africa and parts of the southern part of Africa and northern Africa. They were coming from all over. So they're what we consider melting pots of different people from different places that created these actual countries.
I'm trying to see where we come in at. I don't see us nowhere near it.
We don't. We don't come in. Africans don't even actually know their real history.
Right.
Most of them don't know.
They don't keep records.
Right, and they quick to throw us in there like, y'all is from us. Y'all is a part of us.
We don't
from our land.
Right. And they're just parroting the YT's narratives about what history is, when we know that that's what they do. They recreate and rewrite and come up with stories, and they're just repeating a lot of the stuff that they told them. They don't actually know their history.
But I want to say that though real quick, you know what I'm saying? Everything that brother presented, especially when it came to like the voyages and everything like that, it made so much sense. Like I keep on telling for over and over, ain't no way in hell that they going against that current. We know the Atlantic Ocean, it flows from north to south. So of course you can flow from the north, you can sail, you know what I'm saying, you can sail down, you can go down to Africa from the north going down south, but turning around and going back that same way, oh no, you got to go all the way around. You got to go all the way around South America, or you know what I'm saying, hit the Gulf, things will settle down, and then you can flow back into the Louisiana Purchase type shit. Come on, man. Like,
hey, you know what's crazy? I can show you on the GeorgiaPortAuthorities.com, right? That shows you the international trade worldwide, where the cargo ships go in from America out to, different places worldwide, right? Now look, they show you the actual routes that they take. These are the same ancient routes that they took back then. Nothing has fucking changed. It's been the same way. Ain't it ironic that one of the ports that they leave, you can go from Georgia, then you can go up to Baltimore, and then once you go to Baltimore, you can go across the Atlantic and you go up there close to Lisbon. Ain't that funny? Ain't that fucking ironic?
Yep, that's what I'm saying. They hate when you use logic. They hate when you use logic. They want to say, "What's your source?" Like, come on, what's wrong with your brain?
Oh, I can see them now.
I just want to
Oh
say,
yeah, they've been transported from Africa to Africa.
I just want to say for the information that Amaru just brought out, like every time you go walk us down and you gonna make this shit you gonna make it plain, and it making me think about like that whole little part in the interview when teacher asked him about the cargo ships and stuff like that, and how he was telling him, technically it wasn't no ships or whatever. It was like like they were saying like they were having merchant ships, all different types of ships, and even if you look into like old history at that time period, the Arabs and stuff like the stuff that was going on with them. That's why I was like, I asked, Africans, like, can y'all tell us any history before then? Because mind you, the Arabs was taking, like, they have little history about the Africans or whatever, and the whole little trade was going on with the spices and, them trading, like, as far as like shit that they needed, like, everything they needed, whatever. So those ships that they were using, they really weren't even technically ships, but the things that they were using to travel back then, those boats, I feel like the Pan Goofies and them people, they confused as though like them ships back then, whatever, and thinking that they was taking people on those, because he even told them in the interview, like, you got to remember in the 1900s, that's when they made steamboats or whatever. So even before then, these people were like basically catching boats, because again, he said there possibly was 10 trips, not even that at most, or whatever. So like these folks were taking a chance every time they got on those boats, were not going out there. And a lot of them folks weren't even going, to trade like no damn people. They were going like the well, like folks was getting oil, like like the well oils for the lamps and shit like that, like within the like the towns and stuff like that. So these people were going by word of mouth, and folks were lending their boats. One, getting their boats back, people were getting shipwrecked, all types of stuff was going on. So like the fact that Amaru went and showed them, because he did say there should be no, like David even said that every person who came from the slave trade, you should be able to find your ancestors. He said it's there, right? He said it was there. So they should be able to go within these numbers and find that information. Like if you do come from this quote unquote 15% that he was talking about.
Yeah, now they can stop acting like it's us when we know it's not us.
But you just gotta flip it on them. Ask them, can you prove that you from Africa? Like, can you prove that your people crossed the goddamn Atlantic Ocean the way y'all say y'all did? For now, y'all name is 1%ers.
But a lot of that,
I thought a 1% of nigga ass said something.
A lot of it is just critical thinking. It's so much of it is critical thinking because, first of all, we know that YTs aren't that hardworking. That's first. The work involved in having to transport people is horrendous, and we know they aren't hardworking people. That's first. And second, up until the voyages of Christopher Colomb, they thought the earth was flat, so they weren't moving back and forth like that. We forget that whole part, that they were unlearned, and so they really thought the earth was flat. So they didn't do a whole lot of maritime. They did not. And so to go from basically no maritime to all of these voyages, it
just don't make no sense.
It's not, it's not mathing.
And if I can add this in, that's why, man, I'm telling y'all, man, you gotta go through this site and actually read this for yourself. Like, it's his own words. Every page is literally David Eltis or one of the other people who helped curate this website. Like, you gotta go through and read it for yourself. Like, his own words. Not all voyages that crossed the Atlantic from Africa carried slaves.
Right, and so that's what they trying to make it seem like, and
they trying to make it seem like,
Amaru, I want to say this, brother. You made it so clear. I mean, the interview, you kind of correlated, so we was able to break it down. I want to thank you for that, and I also want to say it makes it. The thing is, like the sister was saying, Peaches, right? Like it just takes critical thinking. Ain't no way people could come 1,000 people on a boat. That doesn't, especially that long ride. That doesn't even make critical sense in chains. It does not make it's
impossible.
It's just impossible. It doesn't. You gotta use the bathroom. You gotta do this. And those boats even tell you those boats was not even equipped to go back and forth. Once they use it one, they gotta mess up. They gotta create another one.
Where's the fresh drinking water? You're on a boat for 4 to 6 weeks. There's no fresh water. You over all this salt water, and you gotta have water every 4 days. How do you have 500 people drinking water for 4 weeks?
And look,
And girl,
you know what I asked them to do?
they on top of each other. What they doing? Duking on each other. Ain't nobody eating. What's really going on?
Listen, if they want me to believe it so bad, this is what I did. This is what I asked them. I said, can y'all please like reenact this situation? I want to see y'all do it. You know what I'm saying? I even help y'all build the ship. I want to see y'all pile up under that motherfucker in that gas chamber. I want to see y'all with no bathrooms. Y'all ain't got no kitchen. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna have barrels of water, and we're gonna put them YTs at the top. You know what I'm saying? Let's reenact this and see how this play out. I want to see how many days you think you finna go without water.
And
you know
not only think about that. You right, Hot Boy. Think about that. If they come in, right, it takes 4 months. Y'all said they drop them. They drop them on the land, right? 3 months. They drop them on the land. Be like, hey guys, I'll be right back. 6 months later, way here.
Nope.
And get more people.
You know,
like,
And if you're lying prostrate for 3 months, you can't walk.
Okay, and about the water part, ain't no way a human can't survive without water. We need water for our body.
Every 4 days, you must have water.
No, that was all a lie.
Every 4 days.
What a nigga name is? Our historic. That nigga told me that they was drinking black and gray water. Like what the?
What is that?
It was swamp water. Like not swamp, but sewage water.
And where is the sewage water coming from? Where would it be?
That's the joke, though, sister. That's the joke. They make up anything.
And see, the thing is, you know, and with the research, like for instance, like with the Mayflower, think about that. Like their voyages would be like a month coming from there. What they did for drinking water, they learned how to catch water when it rained in the sails to drink water. Okay, but we're talking about 400-500 people that they are claiming they had. How do you if they had to catch water in the sails to drink water, how were they able to provide that for a couple hundred people? If that is
but look,
how,
sis, not only that, how's they eating?
Bread.
Ain't no kitchen.
It's no.
This story's so funny, yo.
No kitchen.
Think about it. Even if
I got so many questions. Listen, this is why they hate me, because I use critical thinking and logic on that ass. Just to ask them, like, you know, we can't even go further with this conversation. We don't talk about y'all voyages.
You can't.
I love the way
we got to get past that elephant in the room right now.
Yep. Just like the superficial stuff. You can't even keep food in your refrigerator for 3 weeks and it still be good.
Oh, talk to them.
Right. So you can't with a refrigerator. So they didn't even have refrigeration back then. So where was the food coming from?
They ain't got nowhere to
I've tried every angle, because think about it. Some people even said, "Oh, they was fishing." They was fishing off the side of the boat.
So,
you know what I'm saying?
They just sinking their teeth and just raw fish.
Right,
they catch them.
right. And I'm like, so how were they cooking it? Like, you come on, y'all doing too much. Like, it's just it really is basic.
No, it's the same thing. You know how some Black Americans don't be messing with Africans, right? I noticed that history is the same thing with modern today. Some of them will like each other, some of them won't rock with each other. It's the same thing. When you try to make history mad different from modern day, that's when you start, like, Amaru basically broke down common sense that we can do to this day. That makes more sense than 1,000 people.
Check this out. Look,
coming in on the boat.
Check this out. I'm gonna do you one better. I ain't gonna call his name out, but I think you was in there when I had confronted him about the situation, right? So the dude had said that he tried to use the Bible too. So he tried to say that they came over and they stole some people. They basically walked through Africa and stole a group of people. They identified them. He said they knew that they was the Hebrew Israelites by their DNA. I'm like, y'all had labs back then?
Wait a minute.
I'm like, y'all can't build ships, but y'all had labs and
Stop
needles?
playing.
Like, bruh.
What? Wait,
No, that's
what?
all a lie.
I'm like, nigga. Like, nigga.
They didn't say that. You come on now.
Oh man, I was like, bruh. I'm like, what we doing?
And so there was no fight back. You mean to tell me that YT
y'all taking DNA?
And it was no fight back? I don't know.
No, but look though, they got all them black. They claim they got all these black people on that ship, right? And you got how many supposed to be white people on there? About 3. And you telling me none of them black motherfuckers went and whoop they
They can't fight. They that skinny.
They can't
You mean tell me they that damn hungry in Africa? That
how
these
were
niggas so
they
mad?
managing?
Some motherfucking malnutrition.
You gotta understand they were writing these as fairy tale stories, and they were, and it worked. These fairy tale stories worked 200 years ago.
Right.
But as time has,
I'm finna break the fairy tale in half right here. So look, you gonna go to GeorgiaPortAuthorities.com. That's GeorgiaPortAuthorities.com, and you gonna go all the way down to the bottom of the screen, and you're gonna click on Global Carrier Services. And when you go there, it's gonna be a little tab that looks like this, right? It's gonna show you routes and maps and the ocean carrier profiles. Click there. You're gonna have a section that pop up like this, and it's gonna show you all of the maps of global trade. So let's look at some of these. Let me make it a little smaller for y'all.
Look, see how they flowing with the current? They're going down.
I'm a rule. Why you making it worse for the Pan-Africans, man?
Like, you gotta go, you know what I'm saying? If you gonna put them in the casket, really put them in the casket. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at the trade, you know, and you know what's ironic about this route right here? This is the same route, not only of the ancient, you know, Chinese and Asian, you know, migrations to America, but this is the Manila Galleon Asian slave trade route. This is the same fucking route.
Pacific slave trade.
That's the peaceful side or whatever.
It's the same route.
Pacific
now look, notice that you can only go right through her. You know what I'm saying? You cannot travel all the way through her. Now look, let's keep going. Cause I want to show y'all the other side. Boom, this is a good one. Now look. You travel from these ports out here on the East Coast. You got Baltimore, Norfolk, New York / New Jersey, and then you travel right across to North Africa, right here, Morocco. Ironically, you know, like I said, if y'all was here at the round table, y'all would have learned about the Sephardic and Moorish ancestry, you know, coming over here to America. This is the route that they took right here. Same route.
You know, the opposite route that they say Christopher Columbus got lost going because he should have been going the opposite way, going right instead of left. How would he, you know, and he was lost, but how did he go the opposite way of what his destination was supposed to be, which was supposed to be?
He had to go around the long way. He had to sail around the coast of Africa and swing back around. And, you know, he had to go with, you know, he couldn't go against the currents. It's just impossible.
Pan-Africans want you to believe that boats was leaving from all of these coasts right here, especially right up in here, and going straight across to South America, straight across to the islands.
Ocean gyres. Yeah, the gyres don't make it.
Yo,
that's that region that they always considered the Bermuda Triangle while stuff was getting sucked in because there are vortexes there.
I have the
listen.
I have
There's too much truth.
I have the original map of what you just showed of the Pacific slave trade.
Put them on the big screen.
Ooh, they hate to see that. Not the Pacific slave trade that they ain't teach nobody about in school.
But see, that's how the Mongoloids got over here. You know what I'm saying?
You saw how mad you saw how mad the Pan-African guy when he was talking about the Ireland, the other slave trade. They were like, nah, we want to talk about the African ones.
Fighting words, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, they don't want to talk about that.
That's
weird. He said, y'all get mad because all y'all say is what he say? He say all y'all say is that Africans sold us out and sold us as slaves. It's like, if we go by y'all story, yeah, because how y'all let a couple YT people walk past y'all, go through the woods and gather a bunch of y'all, and then walk past y'all again, put them on slave ships and go through a current? Why y'all ain't steal the ship?
12 million.
Y'all should have stole the ship.
Yo, even like, I told somebody, right? Even with the thing too, even with the Haiti thing, right? When they be saying like Haiti's 80%, which we all know is wrong. So you telling me that the slave owner gave Haiti guns? Here, use these guns and whoop us, and gave them clothes? Here, like, yo, make that does, like, none of these stories
makes no sense.
Yo,
it makes no sense.
Hey, y'all.
At all.
I'm gonna have to end the live in 5 minutes, so just let y'all know.
Yeah, we good, man. This story just gotta get. I'm just surprised. I wonder what's next. What's gonna be next theory they come up with? Are they gonna say these Africans flew from Africa?
But what they need to start what they need to start doing is coming up with family stories about their missing relatives, because I'm tired of them talking about we're African, but none of them know of any of their past ancestors that went missing from their families. Nobody has a story.
So this map on the screen, this is the map of the Trans-Pacific slave trade, of them bringing people from the Pacific Islands to the backside of Mexico. Exactly what Amaru just showed. They don't even have a map of the Atlantic slave trade, but they have the map of this Pacific slave trade. So y'all can screenshot that and back reverse the image, or you can just put in the original map for the of the Pacific slave trade.
That's a fact. Took my little screenshot.
So it's crazy. They literally have a map for the Pacific slave trade, y'all, of them bringing these Asian people and Philippine people to Mexico, to Spain territory. But there's no original map of the Atlantic slave trade, of where they came from, how they got here.
Yeah,
we're going into Mexico and California. They were taking them into California, all the way up to California as well. That's why so many of them in Cali. And California was part of the New Mexico, so
they don't show the whole map, but Spain controlled North and South America. Everybody they was bringing from the Pacific Islands, they was putting them in these territories. So when you see the Seminoles that look Philippine or Asiatic, that's because they was under Spain dominions. These are people who were the Spanish as well. They were Spanish slaves, so they was put in all these territories. If you look in Mexico, there's a map in Mexico that says New Philippines.
New Philippines.
St. Malo was founded by Philippines in Louisiana. So you can see the difference between some of the plain Indians and some of these other Indians that are reclassified to Indians. Alright, that's it. I'm gonna pull it up.
Ooh, they hate that kind of history. Oh, you bringing facts.
Information tonight. We reviewed the live of Shaka, and now the next thing we're gonna do is review Top Cat's interview when it dropped too. So we're just gonna call that a part 2 when he dropped his, and then we're gonna put both of them together. Clearly, we can see that David, he did backtrack on some things, but I feel like he was dealing with dumb niggas and he was just giving them what they want at that point. But we learned a lot of great information tonight.
We did. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. So I'm going to clear the panel.
Yes.
Anything else y'all want to say before I clear the panel?
No, I just want to say thank you, brother, for everything that you did, man. That's powerful.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we appreciate it, Chief. I do want to say, when is the funeral for the Budge? I'll be there Thursday.
Anytime. As long as it's on a Tuesday and Wednesday when I'm free, I will be there.
Sounds good. All right, y'all have a good night, man.
You too. Thank y'all for coming up.
All right, bro.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I gotta save this thing. It's called panel. I'm gonna save that. I had to save the panel. I had to screen share the panel because apparently TikTok won't show nobody's faces in the panel when you get the screen recording, so I gotta do editing and shit like that. But we're gonna close out. Thank y'all for watching. I appreciate that. And
You're now in the presence of Lord Natural.
You are now tuned into the voice of truth, Chief Natural, the great black indigenous debater and unwavering supporter of his community. A fearless warrior of knowledge, Chief Natural brings the heat with bold facts and raw truth, challenging the lies we've been told for centuries. He stands firm on one mission: to spread awareness and critical information about the presence of black people in the Americas long before the so-called slave trade, before Columbus, before colonization, before the rewriting of history. This ain't no Pan-African fantasy, no white scholar, Native American, Mexican, or representative of any race has been able to challenge him successfully or prove him wrong when it comes to the ancient presence of black indigenous people on this land.
You're now in the presence of Lord.
This platform is for those seeking truth, empowerment, and real history, not watered down, not censored. If you're tired of the lies and ready to rise, then you've come to the right place. If you need the facts, the fire, or just someone to stand with you in truth, holler at your boy Chief Natural. Let's build.
You're now in the presence of Lord Natural.
Stand up and bear witness. You're now listening to Chief Natural, the fearless defender of the black indigenous people of the Americas. A warrior with words, a protector of truth, and a voice that refuses to be silenced. Chief Natural doesn't just speak, he stands on truth, stands for his ancestors, stands for the community that's been silenced, overlooked, and lied on for far too long. When the world tries to erase us from history, he steps into the fire and reminds them who we are. He defends his people with knowledge as his weapon, history as his shield. He confronts every lie, dismantles every myth, and challenges anyone, scholar, skeptic, or system plant, who dares to deny our presence, our legacy, or our right to this land. This isn't just a podcast, this is the front line, a battleground of truth, and Chief Natural is leading the charge. For every black indigenous soul that refuses to be forgotten, if you stand for something real, you're in the right place. Let's rise together.
You're now in the presence of Lord Natural.
You are now tuned into the voice of truth, Chief Natural, the great black indigenous debater and unwavering supporter of his community. A fearless warrior of knowledge, Chief Natural brings the heat with bold facts and raw truth, challenging the lies we've been told for centuries. He stands firm on one mission: to spread awareness and critical information about the presence of black people in the Americas long before the so-called slave trade, before Columbus, before colonization, before the rewriting of history. This ain't no Pan-African fantasy, no white scholar, Native American, Mexican, or representative of any race has been able to challenge him successfully or prove him wrong when it comes to the ancient presence of black indigenous people on this land.
You're now in the presence of Lord Natural.